Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Satin Premium RC is a resin-coated paper with an alpha cellulose backing, and it's got a really soft, smooth surface that almost looks like a matte paper, except it's got that extra bit of black density and contrast and image sharpness that give it its satin-like quality. It's reminiscent of traditional darkroom RC papers, and honestly, I was really surprised when I tried this paper for the first time. It's got great black density, great contrast, great image sharpness. The colors are really vibrant, but it also has adds a nice softness to the highlights that give it its satin look and feel. And because of that, it's a paper that works with a whole variety of images when you want the look of a photographic type paper, especially if you're matting and framing your images. Satin Premium RC is one of my favorites.
We only get one shot at this life thing. Might as well make an extraordinary one. Like maybe there was always a little seed in us that demanded more of life, or like to go out there and get some.
I want to empower women with the skills and confidence to explore the backcountry and to pursue anything they dare to dream.
We're in a pretty hectic zone.
No one will ever understand how hard it is.
Oh my God, we've lost our minds. We'll all be talking about that trip for the rest of our lives.
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of color and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang it on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the color within a composition. So that color palette is often driven by the color in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonize. As well as photography, there are painters that we look at. The way that they have painted with color and tone and light, they're in museums. And it kind of occurred to me that we are recording the architecture of our time. We want to celebrate those images by framing them and put them on a wall. So in years to come, could you have a museum where there are digital paintings that people want to come and visit? A song can be broken down into different elements. They all play a part in the composition of that soundtrack. There'll be something about that song that makes you want to play that song over and over again. And maybe each time you'll pick up on different elements. If we make a successful image, you'll want to look at it over and over again. Maybe the more that you look at it, you will then pick up the fact that there's leaves on the ground, or there's dapple shadow in the corner, or there's a figure in the window. So there's thought into every aspect.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Satin Premium RC is a resin-coated paper with an alpha cellulose backing, and it's got a really soft, smooth surface that almost looks like a matte paper, except it's got that extra bit of black density and contrast and image sharpness that give it its satin-like quality. It's reminiscent of traditional darkroom RC papers, and honestly, I was really surprised when I tried this paper for the first time. It's got great black density, great contrast, great image sharpness. The colors are really vibrant, but it also has adds a nice softness to the highlights that give it its satin look and feel. And because of that, it's a paper that works with a whole variety of images when you want the look of a photographic type paper, especially if you're matting and framing your images. Satin Premium RC is one of my favorites.
We only get one shot at this life thing. Might as well make an extraordinary one. Like maybe there was always a little seed in us that demanded more of life, or like to go
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of colour and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that, when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the colour within a composition. So that
Photographic prize. In the room I have a huge panel of esteemed judges, all each itching and raring to have a crack at these prints in the first category, which is the people category, and the print category. Of course, at the Australian Photographic Prize, we do judge digital and print, and I've had the privilege of being asked to panel mentor the room with the prints, which we're really looking forward to. We have several categories, but the first one will be people. Our judges come from all over the place, but to give you an idea of who our first 5 judges are, we have Catherine Katanak, who is a photographer, winner of the Asia Pacific Pure category in 2022, NZIPP In-Camera Portrait Photographer of the Year, and NZIPP Creative Photographer of the Year 2016. For those listening and not sure what NZIPP means, in the world of photography we have lots of acronyms, and that particular one stands for the New Zealand Institute of Professional Photography. We have other people representing that organisation as well, who are great photographers and good friends of Australia. Craig Wetchen, Master Photographer 2, Honorary Life Member of the Australian Institute of Professional Photography, and also 3rd place in the WPPI wedding at a recent competition. Best-selling book, Men in Their Sheds, in 2016, which I think he did with... Was that by yourself, Craig? Yes, it was. And also been involved in photography walks and many other things. Environmental portrait, wedding, urban street, and a few things like that. Emily Black is also in the room at the front of the judging panel for the moment. Family Portrait Doco, runner-up APP Reportage in 2022, shortlisted at Head On in 2021-22, shortlisted Australian Photographic Award, Photo Collective 2021, and a Master Photographer. Recently completed my second 100k ultramarathon. Woo! That's pretty good. Yeah, give it a round of applause. Does fundraising for Dementia Australia and training for another 100-mile race. Of course, 100 miles is a bit further than 100k, isn't it? Okay, not known for making great decisions physically, but joking. Good to have you here. Johan van Kaan, or Johan van Kaan, or Johannes van Kaan, I've heard it said many of those. JVK for some. Wedding Construction Portrait, NZIPP Wedding Photographer of the Year Award 3 times, WPPI Album Award, and the Inpool Judges Award. And he's given me a few kisses here as well. I don't know why they're there, but that's your project is to give me a few kisses, is it? Again, nice to have you here, Johannes. And Katrina, Kat, Lifestyle, Newborn, Family Documentary, Commercial, Editorial, recipient of the Claude McCarthy Award, a very prestigious award for services to the industry and what she's done for our institutions, an associate with the IPP, mother of 3, there's the hardest job, maybe up there with running 100Ks every now and then, qualified journalist and a Pick Time ambassador. So we do have a good set of judges, and we've got plenty others to come in, which I'll let you know about a little bit later. In this category, just going to read out the definition of the category to remind our judges, but also those at home to get an idea of what we're looking at. Portraits that celebrate the human experience, from personal projects to travel adventures and highly creative portraits. This category is for photographs of people that tell a story, deeply resonate and capture the essence of individuals. The full range of post-production and digital manipulation, I hate that word, digital adjustment techniques, including composites, are permitted, and all elements of an entry must be 100% photographic in origin. Just a reminder, with APP, like many competitions around the world, AI is not allowed to be used in the construction of an image. We'd love to thank our category sponsor, the incredible, amazing Canson Infinity, I say that because I'm an international ambassador, so I'm allowed to. But Canson Infinity have always got behind the industry in Australia and around the world, and they always support what we do. So products include photography, fine art papers and canvas designed for printing fine art in the highest archival qualities. The Australian winner of this category wins a trophy of the People category, a Canson Infinity voucher valued at $250 and the title of 2024 Australian People Photographer of the Year. The international winner of the People category wins a trophy and the title of 2024 International People Photographer of the Year, and the Australian winner will go in the running to win the Australian Print Photographer of the Year, winning a Nikon Australian voucher. Is that right? Is that right?
I believe that is.
Because if I call it out, they're going to do it. Nikon Australian voucher valued at $5,000. Damn, I knew I should have entered.
You should have said 50,000.
Yeah, and then I'll get a call from Nikon saying, you're making up the difference. Okay, if we're good to go, so the prints will come out onto a screen for those at home that can't see it. It's a lit screen in a darkened room. Our judges will have a chance to assess the image, make a score. If they feel and they're far enough away from that score, they'll be allowed to elect to challenge that score, and we'll have a discussion, by which time, or after which time, the judges will get a chance to rescore. There's a few little vagaries along the way, which I'll explain as we go. At some point, if I feel that an image, for whatever reason, maybe needs to be reassessed, I can, as a panel mentor, call a challenge. It doesn't happen very often, but each year we find that it might happen half a dozen times. It's usually if there's been a disruption in the room, something's happened that we weren't quite expecting, and we feel that the print's been unfairly dealt with, or that I just feel that perhaps the judges have missed something. While our judges are highly experienced and very good at what they do, no judge, nobody in this room and outside the room can know it all, and sometimes somebody misses something or they all miss it, and there might be just a point that can alter the assessment of that print, so that's what I'm here to help happen. Otherwise, I'm just mainly here to keep the judges honest, keep them accountable, and make sure we have a bit of fun. So our judges have had a chance to get their act together, which is why I've sort of stretched it out a little bit. Everybody's ready to go. Thank you again to Canson. Thank you again to the team at the back, and I'll introduce them a little bit later. Otherwise, we will have the first print, please. For the people on live stream, just to let you know, we are aware you can't see the images at this point, just a little tech issue, but we will get through that in a moment. Okay. Sorry? Probably not. Okay. So let's go into here and see what we're getting. Sorry. It's okay. No, you're all good. Now, why can't... No, So I will do my best to the people at home not to gibber to myself, because you can hear me thinking out loud. Okay, well, that's a great start. At this point, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Well done. And I think our judges are all fairly close to that mark and in agreement. I'm going to ask perhaps, Johan, could you give us a comment for our entrant? Hold it. Let's start that again. There we go.
There's a wonderful lightness to this image. The use of the lenses of the glass that's being looked through give us a fractured image in the middle, which is quite wonderful. I did feel that the centralization of the main person was a little too much and gave me almost too much balance. But otherwise, I really like this image. I love the tones, and particularly the red hair was fantastic.
Okay. Thanks, Johan. For the people at home, it's a picture of a lady, red-haired lady with a rose in an oval, looks like a glass, articulated glass doorway or something, shot from the other side. So if it's yours, you know what we're talking about. We'll have the next print, please. Our judges are assessing the image and placing it in one of 4 ranges, 50 to 74, which is below award range. 75 to 79 is highly commended. This is an area that we would expect good standard of professional practice or high standards of professional work. Silver awards, strong visual, emotional impact, superior level of narrative concepts or interpretation, high levels of technique, post-production, very high standard for professional client self-commissioned work. And then 90 to 100, exceptional in most areas, superior levels of technique and outstanding quality. And we have a score of this image of 78, which places it in that highly commended range, pretty close to the top of that range, so good standard of work. Everybody's very consistent. Catherine, would you like to pass a comment, please? We have a lady who looks pregnant, sort of semi-nude under some tulle, holding it up in a dance pose, almost like a ballerina.
I thought there's a really beautiful both delicacy and energy in this image, and I really enjoyed the simplicity of it with the subject in this rather large background. I wondered if it could potentially be strengthened by the photographer taking a slightly lower perspective with the camera so that the sharp line wasn't cutting her right through the legs there and just isolating her a little more against the background. But you really enjoyed the lighting and that beautiful darkness down the front of the body. It's a beautiful image.
Thank you, Catherine. Next print, please. So again, if you're in Melbourne, it's well worth coming down and watching the live judging. You get the chance to see the back of judges' heads as they walk up to a print. Some of them have very nice back of heads, I can tell you that. But seriously, they get to look up close at the print, look at the print quality, the editing, etc., but see it from a distance as well. You'll listen to the comments coming through the panel and also be a part of the camaraderie. There's 3 or 4 rooms going on. There's other things here that you can get involved in, so please come down if you are anywhere in the Melbourne area over the next few days. Okay, print score is 76. Everybody's very close to that mark. Kat, can we have a comment from you, please, in regards to this image?
Yeah, this is a nice, strong sort of pedestrian portrait, which I love. Lovely mirrored expression on the father and presumably child. For me, what I found a little bit difficult to resolve was just sort of the softness and delicacy and warmth of the background, and then this sort of street character almost on the beach. But yeah, a nicely done portrait, well done.
Thanks, Kat. We'll have the next print, please. Okay, print score is 81. Sure what?
I'll challenge this for a little bit higher.
Okay, I heard Craig yell out that he's challenging it. He gave it 87. Craig, you have a 77, 78, 82 and 83 to work with, and the print scored an average of 81. So you saw it as a high silver. Please share.
Yeah, look, I saw it as a high silver. I love the tonality that's going through this. I particularly love as well is the photographer has left the line in there. If that bottom line wasn't in there, you wouldn't have that much depth to this photograph. So you really kind of immerse yourself into this ghostly appearance through the glass panes, and that coolness that resonates through the rest of that image. And that's why I rewarded it really in a high silver. So it'll be interesting to hear what you guys interpret.
Okay, let's ask Emily.
I see what you see there, Craig. The reason I didn't move into the silver range, I mean highly commended, into that silver range is I just want the top of the window. I want something to block me in from moving out of the top of that frame. And that little broken bit of glass down in that bottom pane just really pulls me away from that silhouette.
Johan?
Sure. There's a wonderful harmony in here with the pixels within, the grids within grids. The little white mark on the bottom of the bottom pane of glass, I think adds an interference which is actually complementary to the reality of the image. The fact that you've got this white baseline underneath gives it gravity. The darkness at the top holds it in, even though maybe it needed the top of the frame, but I feel it's complete enough with the vignetting that's occurring. I liked it, I gave it 83.
Okay, back to you, Craig.
Yeah, so the print is scored an 81. I'm asking for you guys to come up to a high silver, and for exactly the comments that Johan gave, and you took the words right out of my mouth, so I don't need to add much more. I think take that on board.
Okay, thank you. Judges, Craig, your score will hold, and if everyone else rescores. And we now have an 84, solid silver. Well done. Next print, please. So for the audience, the elective challenge is where a judge scores 5 or more points away from the announced score. They get the chance to challenge the score, and we have a little bit of a discussion. As an elective challenge or an optional challenge, they will speak first, listen to a couple of other comments after they've spoken, then get a chance to respond to those comments. And then they rescore, everybody rescores except the electing challenger. Their score will remain the same. You will hear us come up with an automatic challenge or a panel challenge, which will be an automatic challenge as well. Basically, all judges can rescore at the end of the conversation in that case, but there is no one who speaks twice. Challenges are there and designed to allow the system to look after where one judge may have some knowledge of or some experience about a part of an image or the way an image is put together that other judges aren't familiar with or haven't seen, and it gives us a chance to reassess and make sure we've calibrated and put that image where it deserves to sit in the range of the scoring. A reminder, this is the people category, the print category at the Australian Photographic Prize for 2024, and we are sponsored in this category by Canson Infinity. We've just released a whole new range of papers, the Somerset range, which are quite beautiful papers for those who haven't seen them, and just add to the stable. Okay. Let's see what our judges have done. They've almost all in. And we have an 80. Well done, judges. That's a silver award. Everybody's pretty close on that one. Perhaps Emily, can you give us a comment?
Because I'm holding the mic.
Microphone.
I love the shape in this image, and the location is gorgeous. I felt it may be a little muddy in the printing, or just a little bit of something quite detail lost there, but the moment is pure, it's beautiful, very highly commended. Well done on your award.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, you guys. 80, correct. And I'm just going to add that in an image like this, you've got three major components. There's the tree on the right, the dark space above the bride and groom and the bride and groom. And because of the size of that tree and that dark space, the bride and groom are sort of made to look rather small. And I think being a wedding shot, that possibly doesn't work to the strength of the image. My apologies, two brides. Thank you for correcting me. I didn't quite look close enough. Next image, please. Thank you, Kat. Print scores 77. Have a challenge from Catherine, who's on 83. Catherine, there's a 70, 76, 78, 78, and you're 83, so go for it.
Okay, so I might be the only one in silver, but we'll see what we can do here. I find this a very striking portrait, which immediately grabbed my attention and got me questioning about the life of this person. There's a lot going on here just with the simplicity of the gaze and the simplicity of the composition. And then you go in there and you notice things like the glamorous camera handbag thing around her neck, and you come down to these dirty socks and her outfit dragging in the mud there, and then you've got the whole idea of the walker and that sand and trying to, how effective is that? There's a real story, there's a lot going on here to think about. So although it's a really simple portrait, which might be why it's currently sitting in the high 70s, I think I would encourage you to think a little bit more about this. I find it quite arresting.
Craig?
Yeah, look, I hear what you're saying. This image has got so much potential, but what really drew me away was the magenta cast. I can see the facial features of the character, but she's just quite muddy and dark. But I think you can pay a little bit more attention to the detail in that image, because it's got so much potential. But that magenta cast, I just can't get past that.
Okay, Kat.
I completely agree with Craig, but I'm also listening to Catherine, absolutely. This character definitely, I am dying to know more about this woman, so obviously there's some communication that has been conveyed there successfully, well done. This photo needs to be black and white for me. I think that would really elevate it into the next category. Next level, award level, sorry. But certainly I would strongly encourage the photographer to present this as a part of a series. It would be awesome. These sort of characters on the beach, why are they there? What are they doing? Pedestrian people. Great job. Well done. I'm listening. I'm prepared to come up. Thank you.
Catherine, back to you.
Yes, so the only thing negative that we've really heard here is the magenta cast, and I personally don't think that's enough to keep this out of the award range. I think the photographer has chosen a beautiful time of day to do a beautiful, gentle portrait. Yes, there's a bit of a magenta cast, but I'm standing solidly with my silver award and hope that you'll join me there.
Okay. Catherine, you'll hold your score. Everybody else can rescore, please. Yeah, you have to just refresh yours.
No, it usually just does it, doesn't it?
If it doesn't, you do it. Okay.
Sorry.
There we go. No? And just waiting for our judges to input their revised scores. They don't have to change their score, of course, but after listening to conversation, they may do so. Okay. You have to go back in and do it again. Of course, Catherine was asking to have this lifted into the category of silver. Strong visual emotional impact, high level of technique, post-production skill and image quality, high standard for a professional client or self-commissioned work. And we'll see whether the judges have agreed with her. And we've got a little bit of a glitch in the system. Wouldn't be a board system without it, would there?
Can I tell you what my score is?
I don't think we can input it. Okay, can we get Chris? He's done it twice. Okay. Maybe we re-enter it. There we go. We're in. We have a 78. Oh, sorry, I correct that. We have an 80. So just to explain that, why I made that faux pas, is the average of the judges' scores was 78. However, 3 of the judges had scored it at 80 or above, and we have a majority rule in this competition. So if 3 judges scored in a different category or a different range, scoring range to what the average was, it goes into the closest point of that next range, i.e. average of 78, 3 judges in 80 or above, so it then goes to an 80. Silver award, well done. Next print, please. Apologies for the delays. This is the people category or the print category, the people subcategory, or the print component of the competition in the portrait print category or the people category, something like that. It involves people, and we got prints to look at.
It's a very interesting print.
We have a 79. Interesting one. This is again where the score averaged 80, but 3 judges below 80, so it gets a 79. I only have one person that can challenge, if that was what you were thinking about. Craig can challenge. He's on 85. You have 78, 79, 77, 83. Craig?
Things that are going through my mind, the simplicity, the minimalist aspect of this photograph. The minimalist from the standpoint is the human factor on the landscape is the minimal part, and we are minuscule when it comes to the landscape. And the way it's presented as this strip, you know, they're on the sandy strip, beach holiday goers. There's just so much activity going on. It's a day in the life presented so beautifully. The print quality is handled really, really well. So that's why I rewarded that right up in that solid silver, just from that interpretation of that minimalism and how us humans sit in the minimalist aspect of nature.
Emily?
I'm glad we get to sit and look at this because I admit that I may have been a little bit harsh and I'm willing to come up. It reads like a piece of music, but I sort of get taken out at that end person and dog, which is why I sort of was probably being a little bit critical. No head is cut off, no limbs are really ripped apart or anything. The tones are beautiful, and I do see that sense of flow and a musicality to the image. So I'm willing to come up. Thanks, Craig.
I think you had your hand up first, Catherine. Yeah, sorry, Kat.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak in support of Craig here. I gave this an 83. When I got up there, I just wanted to spend more and more time with it. There's so much going on in there, but it's very well handled. It's very delicate. I agree with everything that Craig has said, but in addition to that, I'd just like to point out the beautiful layering and depth in the image. It's a very horizontal image, and we go across the strip, but we also have the woman in the front in the water, and then going right back to on the left there, the dots of people further out beyond that sand. So there's a three-dimensionality that way. And I think also the fact that the people are more weighted to the right, there's a progression across and a storytelling as you come across the image as well. Colour palette's beautiful, very nicely, well printed, and yeah, very much in support of Craig.
Okay, back to you, Craig.
Yeah, look, that window appearance here. We are always peering in a window of the world, and this record of this window, day in the life on a summer day, is really presented really well. So that's why I rewarded that in a solid silver. So I'm asking you guys to come up to a solid silver.
Okay, Craig, you hold your score. Everybody else your score, please. Okay, Prince scores 82, silver award. We just do a judge change. If Johan, you have a little break, and Emily, you can have a little break. And if I can invite Faru, Yavari, and also Mandarin Montgomery to come and join us, please. Faru, known for portrait, illustrative and fashion, 2 times International Portrait Photographer of the Year, 2 times Portrait Masters Grand Award winner, Creative Division Grand Award winner, WPPI, 3 times RPP Queensland Portrait Photographer of the Year and a National Portrait Prize finalist. Busy girl. Master with Distinction, NZIPP, Icon Awards Triple Master, and a few other things to go with it. So thanks for joining us, Faru. Mandarin Montgomery, Australian Portrait Photographer of the Year, Ilford Trophy for High Scoring Print at APA, Grand Award International Loop Award, 2nd place Creative category WPPI, raising $16,000 for Make-A-Wish with an image, and she was Duran Duran's tour photographer. I like that one. I would have added that in too. Portrait Conceptual and Creative. So we have a very strong panel with us. No matter who we bring in, that's the beauty of it. We can take 2 out and bring some in. Okay, let's have the next print, please. Again, thank you to Canson Infinity, who are the sponsors of the people category in this print category at the Australian Photographic Prize 2024, here at the amazing and beautiful premises of Photographic Studies College in beautiful, sunny, warm Melbourne. That's called taking journalistic licence. And we're very grateful to Photographic Studies College and Sally Brownbill and her crew for giving us the opportunity to use this space. It's absolutely perfect for what we do, and we all love coming here. So, my apologies. I'm thinking of somebody else at the time. It reminds me I've got someone I've got to speak to about a panel she's doing. Julie Moss, I should have meant. Julie Moss is the organiser and owner of the premises. Of course, Sally might be joining us hopefully later in the week for a panel. Oh, that's 2 mistakes. You're allowed 3 a day, apparently. I apologise to Julie later. I'll apologise to Julie later. How are we going, judges? Print scores an 81. We have a challenge. I thought you might, Craig. Craig's on 92. There's a 75, 77, 81, 82. Craig, take it away. You got the microphone there?
What a beautiful celebration of shape, form of the human body. And you know, the contortion aspect of the way the human body can move. There's a beautiful rhythm that harmonizes through all those images and the shapes of each of those bodies. You can go to the bottom row, the middle image, and the elbow pointing up, then it takes you to the other image, and then you start, the light is so sublime through all of those images. The little delicate aspects of the hands that are sitting in a couple of those images, if you had lost those hands, it would just be even more about the body, but those hands actually give it a bit of base, a bit of weighted aspect to the images. So I'm really celebrating the true essence of light, the human form, and the photographic storytelling that's going in this series of 6 images.
Okay, we're going to go to Mandarin, who was in the mid-70s.
Yeah, it's a stunning model, and I applaud the photographer for visually representing this with these 6 images. Where I think I struggled a little bit was possibly for some of the things that Craig really enjoyed. And when I went up to the image, while I love the beautiful tonality around the shape of the form, the shadow detail was lacking to the point where the hands, especially in the top left image, I couldn't quite make out what it was, its hands, until I really looked closely. So I would have loved a little bit more detail in those shadows to lead my eye to those hands. And I also struggled with understanding the story, the meaning behind the placement of the images. I'm not sure if I would have put them, positioned each one where I did, where they did.
Thank you, Mandarin. Catherine, could you add anything to this conversation, please?
Yeah, I gave this an 82, and I feel like I'm happy with it at the low silver range. I feel like some of the portraits really are stronger than others. Some of the shapes are very interesting, particularly in the bottom 2 on the right and the bottom row there. Others are a bit less successful, and I feel like when you do a whole series like this, all of the images have to stand up to the same level. So, yeah.
Yeah, sure, Kat.
Just a very quick comment, just to sort of counter's the wrong word, but to talk to what Craig spoke about. The harmony thing, Craig, there is definitely potential there. I've also sat this in the silver range. For me, for it to go higher, I feel rather than the harmony's been broken up, I'm sort of ping-ponging around up and down rather than, I think this would be more successful in a strip, and also agree that maybe 1 or maybe 2 of the images could go. And yeah, the dismembering of the hands I also found a little bit unsettling. But I'm listening and I appreciate what you've said.
Thanks, Kat. Back to you, Craig.
You guys give me some work here. Look, I don't look. Well, that's why we're here. I don't see it as that. I see the heaviness and the stark black and white aspects. Is you can build a bit of a narrative behind this and the heaviness of the human form and the contortion aspect of that we're kind of torn. I'm going to try to tell a little bit of a story to take us on this story, but I'm really rewarding the imagination, the photographer, and the way they've handled the lighting and the technique to that. Yeah, we could probably do a few more. I'd probably even go higher if it was a full strip of images, but I've really rewarded that narrative and the lighting skills to be presented in the way that it is. So,
Okay, Craig, you hold your score. Judges, take on board what you've heard, and you can have a rescore. And again, reminder to the audience that judges don't have to change their score. They just take on board the extra information and get a chance to reassess. And for those in the room, if you do see Julie or anyone from Photographic Studies, please take the time to thank them for making their facilities available. We do appreciate it. I think there might be some people. Did anyone in the room actually attend Photographic Studies College? Yeah? A few? Yeah.
I used to teach it.
Yeah, I knew we had a couple of teachers. Yeah. Okay, we now have an 83 silver. Well done. So I'm just going to get another judge change. Craig, you can have a little break. And Kat, you can take a little break as well. And if I could please have Jeremy Burns and Lisa. Is Lisa in the room? Lisa Katz. Lisa, finalist in the Olive Cotton Portrait Prize, finalist in the Clip Award, finalist Clayton Art Award and the Lethbridge Landscape Award, ALPP Student Photographer of the Year in Queensland, several exhibitions, which looks very interesting, and has an upcoming residency at Bundanon, and now is involved in art, including projections and video. In the past, travelled for street photography and used to run photography tours in Italy. I should talk to you a little bit later. All right, welcome to the panel, Lisa. And Jeremy. Jeremy was the APP 2023 Family Photographer of the Year, so holds the title at the moment, waiting for someone to take it off him if they're good enough, and generally involved in family and people photography, portrait photography. So thank you, Jeremy, as well. As I said, the talent in the room is overpowering in some ways. So let's have the next print, please. Thanks, guys and girls, and those. Thank you, judges. And we have a score of 82. Silver award. And we have a challenge from Mandarin, who's on 88. You have an 87, an 81, and two 77s. And there's a microphone over here. There we go. Over to you, Mandarin.
This is quite a strong image of a subject that is pretty hard, but photographed and represented in quite a visually creative way. I think what impacted me was not just the story behind it, but also that circle and the cross behind it, as if the actual photographer is looking at her through a gun. And I think that is really compelling and quite powerful. And I believe that that story alone needs a bit more discussion, and I think that we could possibly raise it a little bit more.
Farouk, thank you.
Mandarin, I gave it a score in high, yes, sorry, in a commended area because of the high level of narrative and story here. The story is really engaging. She's targeting for some reasons. The thing it's letting me down is her expression. Expression is not matching with the all bruises and thing happened to her, and she's kind of looking not through the viewer eyes or camera, it's looking a bit up. And I think like the choice of like harsh and contrasted light is really suits the story, but it's not really overly controlled. It's like overexposed in the forehead. But I believe that the narrative is really strong and it needs to be considered as well. So I'm listening.
Okay. You guys are good. Okay, let's come to Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. You're on 87.
Yeah, I'm up there with you, Mandarin. This is palpable. My heart's actually beating, and I love this feeling of looking at an image and getting an emotional reaction like that. There's a real dichotomy in this image of dark and light. Obviously, visually there is as well, but it seems like there's religious references in there too with the halo. And I think, in response to what you said about her expression, I think it's like spot on. It's just, she's got the most beautiful eyes, and she's just gotten this defiant but defeated expression. It just amplifies the dichotomy of what's happening in this image, and it's been handled really well. Like, the eyes are crystal clear. You can see the colour really well in her eyes. You can see all the pain on her face, both emotionally and physically. It's really well considered, really well constructed, and I can move, so I'm going to higher.
So in a moment we'll go back to Mandarin, and she'll get a chance to respond as she takes a breath, and when she's ready she can respond to those comments.
Yeah, I'm quite emotional by this image, and I'm very grateful that I've never been in this situation, but to creatively portray this in this way, I think it is really quite beautiful in a horrendous way. To address what Farouz said, it's a good point. I see that, though, is that she is so beaten up. She's beaten black and blue, that she's been in this situation for so long that she can't look at at her subject who's putting her through that. Her eyes are dead because she's been going through this for so long. So absolutely what Jeremy said, the expression is spot on for this level of abuse. And I think it's absolutely, I kind of wish I had scored it a little higher now the longer that I see it. So I implore you to revisit your scores.
Okay, they will do that now, Mandarin. So take on board what you've heard, think about that, and then score accordingly. And again, judges can leave their score where it was. They can go down or they can go up. The only person who can't change their score is the person who elected to challenge it, which was Mandarin. Print now scores 86. There's a high silver. Well done. And it's always nice, well, not nice, but it's powerful to see an image that can create emotional response, because really, we're in the field of communication visually, and when we can get that response, that's the strength to the image. Okay, next image, please, or next print, please. Okay, judges, thank you. We'll keep it moving. Make sure we get plenty of time for everybody's comments over the next couple of days. This is the people category of the print component of the Australian Photographic Prize 2024 being conducted in Melbourne. This category is sponsored by Canson Infinity. Great papers. I've just had my paper delivered for my next exhibition. I use Edition etching rag on this one. Looking forward to that. Our judges have had a look at the print and they're now putting their scores in. And we have a score of 79 by majority. And we have a challenge from Mandarin on 88. So there's a 76, 78, 77 and 83. Thanks, Mandy.
So, sorry, I've got to just get up so that I can see this to address some of the things. The story in this image is so beautifully put together. It reminds me of those trucks that you see with, you know, cattle in them. It's very much along these lines. And then you look at all the people and the expressions on their faces, and you keep coming back to that little boy in the centre. He doesn't know any other life. This is his life. And I feel that the story, the way it's presented, the printing, needs some discussion because I believe it sort of sits in the high silver.
Okay, Lisa, you're on 77.
Thanks, Mandarin. I appreciate you bringing those concepts forward for us. I felt that there's so much happening in each of the windows that I felt that that alone detracted from each of the windows. I felt that we have a couple of beautiful single standout portraits almost that actually warranted being shown alone. I'm not necessarily certain that I agree with Mandarin in regards to the presentation of that. I'm not sensing any conceptual reason for having a grid of 6, and I really like to have conceptual rigour when I'm judging. So agree with Mandarin though, print quality is good. Yeah, I'll hand back for a further comment from another judge.
Might go to Catherine.
What's the score on now, Tony?
It's a 79 by majority, which means it averaged 80, but 3 judges were below 80.
Okay. I gave this an 83 and I would like to see it in the silver range. I think the grid of 9 works very well, and there's a nice balance with the 2 windows on the middle row on the outside there, drawn down to the same level. You've got the 3 white ones along the bottom, and the top are very similar. I think the power of this image for me is the eyes of every character. That's quite dark in those interiors, yet the eyes are really arresting. I was initially a bit confused by the bright red on the bottom left, but then I feel that that's actually quite matched by the slightly outraged expression of that particular guy. So I didn't feel there was too much going on in these images at all. I actually think they're really quite simple, and yeah, we're so close. I would love to see this over the line.
Okay, Mandarin, final comments?
Thank you for all the comments that everyone put forth. I do reiterate that the presentation actually adds to the story. I think Lisa said that she wasn't sure about that. It just keeps, the more I look at it, it is like a cattle truck. And if you take the time to look at all the expressions, which I think you are, they all have their own individual things going on. And even the lady in the middle one, way back in the shadows, adds to that story. Perhaps women in this culture are, more in the shadows. Most of the people in this are male, except possibly the one on the lower right, who has her face covered. There's a teardrop, it looks like, in the man in the middle image to the right. So it does represent all different stories of their different lives within those boxes, and it's presented beautifully. So I think a solid high silver is a good score for it.
Thanks, Mandarin. You'll hold your score. Everybody else can rescore. Okay, Prince now scores 83, silver award. Just get up to the window and then sit down. Yeah. I'll have a change of judges. Catherine, you can take a break. Thank you. Harriet, if you'd like to join us, thanks. And we'll have the next print, please. And let's keep it moving. So get up there, judges, have a look. Get your scores in and we'll keep moving. Make sure we give everyone an equal chance through the day. Okay, this print scores 78. Are we all happy with that? Judges, we're all happy with that? There is a couple of options there for challenging, but if you're happy with that score, I'm going to leave that score. Okay? Okay. So the print score is 78. We will get a comment from Lisa. You found some strengths in this image. Just please share them. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
I really enjoyed the narrative. I do love to see scale and I love to see the sense of an expanse, and I love the colour. I mean, getting married is exciting, it's vibrant, and I enjoyed the placement. So in terms of improving the image, perhaps there's a bit of technical management that could have been done on that veil down in the bottom right-hand corner there, just to either make it stand out a bit more or not to be so lost against that, perhaps a different post-production technique with that. But well done.
Thank you, Lisa. Next print, please. Just get you to bring that down a little bit, please. Yep, just a bit more. Yeah. Some of that? Yeah, about that. That's good. Thank you. Quite a large category, the print category. With the digital categories, a lot of the digital category was prejudged by panels of judges, and the top 35 digital images made it through to the finals, which are judged over the next 2 days. With the print categories, all print entries are judged live here at Photographic Studies College as part of the APP. And this category, people, being judged currently, as I said, sponsored by Canson Infinity Papers. Is print. Harriet, have you entered?
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, it's not submitting. Just refresh. Okay.
Thank you. Print scores 83. Silver award. Yes, very good. And all our judges were on 83, 84 or 82. So there's a fairly consistent opinion there. Can I have a comment from you, Jeremy, please? Microphone's coming.
Yeah, well done. This is really beautiful. I had questions about expressions, but the questions were good ones. So, yeah, I really enjoyed looking at this image. It was beautifully handled, really beautifully printed. Details, yeah, it's beautiful, flawless.
Okay, obviously this image is beautiful and done very well though.
Also done very well.
Yeah, and technically good as well. Next print, please.
Good job in my English.
That's all right. I'm just keeping you on your toes, mate. You're all good. Print scores 85, solid silver. Challenge, yeah. We have a challenge from Faru on 92. You have an 83, 85, an 81 and an 83. So everyone was in silver.
Okay, I think I really want to bring you guys to the gold range, which I scored 92 because of this image has exceptional visual impact and quirky and a strong narrative. When you're looking through every single images, which is sequence of someone with a beautiful body, and she feels sexy, she feels glamour, she has a interesting outfit as well. She's kind of challenged with herself to show her body, and it takes a long time, which photographer cleverly delivered in a sequence of, I think a sequence of 10, and to finally the subject showed the breast and the beauty of her body. And suddenly you see a hands and the outfit at the bottom of the image. And you feel like, oh my God, she's free. And I think that's the very strong image and very rewarding. And I think and I believe that it sits in gold range. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Jeremy, 83.
I saw this as really humorous. I think she's just given up on it and thrown it out. She's tried and tried and tried and just can't work it out. I was challenged by the lines of the where the wall meets the floor. I just wish there was a consistency there and it was just handled a little bit better. I mean, I've put it into silver, so I think it's a brilliant idea and really well executed in terms of the concept. So the narrative is really great, but some of the technical aspects in terms of that line, can someone talk me out of that, please?
Hey, Lisa, 83.
Jeremy, I can't talk you out of the lines, and Faru, it was something that crossed my mind as well, that they weren't perfectly aligned. I'm not quite sure we needed that. The issue that I'm bringing to the panel to get feedback from and my input is we're looking at this as a print in front of us, and I'm not sure what it looks like on the screen, but the hands are partway down the print, like they don't actually sit at the bottom of the print, and I just wondered, that's where I scored it 83, because conceptually for me that just didn't hold up. So that's what I'm bringing to the panel for my input.
Anybody else wish to add to that? No? Okay, back to Faru.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Jeremy. Lisa, it's really hard for me to explain that because sometimes it's a choice of photographer as well. But it's a kind of conceptual portrait too, and it sits in that range with a sense of humor as well. Jeremy, you had a different interpretation, and it's added to the image as well. So this image, the whole sequence of 10 and the humorous one at the bottom could be free of the, you know, the outfit, the free of being just hiding themselves from all the judgmental, or just be giving up. So I think that there is an originality in this image, and it's really considered to be seen and awarded, and it's really a strong, beautifully presented, great choice of paper. Come on, guys.
So just to add to that, judges, the image itself sits within there's a border on the paper, which is what we're being presented with. So as Lisa pointed out, we've got a gap which looks like a border, but those at home will be looking at this and only see the bottom of the image cut at where those arms are. So how you take that information is up to you. Our judges are just rescoring, and Faru holds her score at 92. And this image has gone up to 88, high silver. Well done. We'll have the next print, please. Print score is 75. Everybody pretty consistent with that. If I can have a comment, please, from Jeremy.
Mandarin. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a beautiful subject, and I applaud the photographer for being quite creative in how they're presenting it. Always perhaps try squinting when you're looking at your image, and where does your eye go? And my eye keeps going to the shirt on the male on the right, and I feel that a bit of more careful styling, tuck that shirt in, and then you've got some darker figures looming around this beautiful girl in a red dress. Those sort of things will just lift the image up.
Thanks, Mandarin. We'll have a quick judge change as well. Johan, if you could come back, and Mandarin, you can take a little break. You can take a break. Johan. Next print, please. 74. I have a comment from Johan, please.
Great. The story in here about, a family is great. I feel the loss of attention of the boy in the middle who's looking to, well, nowhere. For no obvious reason. It sort of breaks the story down for me, unfortunately, but there's lovely contrast with the building next door and the building they live in.
Thank you. And that sky could maybe be brought down a fraction.
Yeah, this sky could be much better.
Next print, please. 74, correct. Yeah. Next print, please. Print score is 79. Okay. Well, the reason I'm looking at you, Harriet, is that the people at home can see the scores.
Oh, yes.
So I'm figuring it, you're 9 points away. You've seen something. 82, 73, 73 and 77. So we have a very broad range of scoring. I'm sure the panel would love to know why you think it's worth 88, as much as you'd like to know why some of the panel feel that it's worth 73. So let's have a little chat about it and see if we can come up with a collaborative opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think, photography of people is just an incredible thing. And I mean, we have Prince Charles here, right? This is Prince Charles, King Charles, sorry. I mean, it's what a rarity to see this expression on this man. And for this photographer to have captured this, and this person who is so regal and so controlled to be in an absolute, expressing this much emotion and expressing this much honesty, I just think that in itself is incredible. There's a little bit of space between the two characters, and I think if that was closed in a little more, that yellow pop's great, the blue umbrella's great. I think, there could have been a little bit of composition work done, but to get this honesty and this character coming through for someone we think we know, and now we're seeing a different side, I think it definitely deserves a high silver.
Okay, Farouk, 73.
Yeah, I'm excited about the King Charles as well, and we are not really this opportunity to see him in print competitions. But I feel like this image divided to two parts. We have the King Charles, the half part of the right image is really strong. There are lots of information, well exposed, expression there, but when you just block that half part in the right, the left side doesn't have enough information in terms of we lost almost detail in the background, we don't have expression. The yellow color on the raincoat is a bit strong, distracting, and the floor, the reflection of the wet floor is kind of distracting, and my eyes is just going through the road to the end of the image. So for me, it's just like the opportunity was there, but it's a bit missed, but I'm listening.
Jeremy?
I felt like that too, then when I got in closer, like the expression on King Charles, there's obviously a conversation and he said something to him. And then I discovered the secateurs in King Charles's hand, and I'm like, oh, there's the moment that they're enjoying between one another. And that is everything in this photograph. So I think the character in the yellow, which is obviously a really challenging colour to photograph in this situation, has said something to him that's really gotten King Charles. And I think that's the nugget in this image that's made it something a little bit extra. I scored at 82. I'm going to move up higher. I think it's getting better and better, this image.
Okay, we'll go back to Harriet. Thank you.
Yeah, I can absolutely see what you're seeing there, Faru. Yeah, I would encourage you to, just think again on it. It is a documentary journalistic portrait. It has different rules to it to say a studio or really set up portrait image. There are little tweaks, I can see that, but that relationship and the emotion of the portrait in the category we're in is really coming through, so I encourage you to look again.
Okay, you hold your score. Judges rescore, please. Print scores 82 and is a silver award. Well done. I have seen this in a magazine or an article somewhere. It might have been, and he was in his garden, and somebody just bumped across him, and there's an interview with this gentleman in the yellow.
Oh, wow.
Just talking about this chance meeting with just another person interested in trimming the garden.
Amazing.
Happened to be the king. Okay.
Be the king.
We'll keep it moving. We need to just move along. So let's get our next print, please, and our judges will have a look and get their scores in. Thank you. Print score 76. Everybody's reasonably close, although we do have someone in chance to... We're good. Everybody's good on that. Okay, let's have a comment from Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I put this in highly commended. It's a really nice frame, a beautiful moment of the gentleman. I think it just needs a little bit more of a story or a bit more connection to something deeper with this image.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Next print, please. Print score is 74. Everybody's in that highly commended range. Have a quick comment, if I may, from Johan.
Sure.
That's right.
Great. Great matching of the tones of the child's top with the colour of the flowers. Good point of interest with her looking towards the flower itself. But that's where it stops. And unfortunately, there's sort of no great strength in there, and I kind of wish it had. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Johan. We'll have another judge change. Lisa, if you take a little break, please. And who else was I've got? So, Faru, you can take a little break as well, thanks. And Jeremy, you can take a break, thanks. And if I can have Craig, Emily, and Katrina, please. As I said earlier, we have a highly interchangeable collection of judges, and we just try to keep them fresh and moving around and mix up the panels as we go. Okay, next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print score is 72, and I'll ask Harriet for a comment.
Yeah, sure.
Just on what could be done to make this a little stronger. Thanks, Harriet.
This is a lovely portrait of this person. The gaze at the camera is really beautiful, and there's that delicate leaning on the hand moment. There's quite a few highlights that are quite blown out on the hat, which are quite distracting. That black and then very bright highlight, and on their shoulder as well. And I feel the person in the background is quite distracting as well. I keep sort of getting drawn behind the character. But the person itself and the gaze is lovely. It's sort of thinking outside of the actual connection to portrait that would just elevate this a little bit more.
Thanks, Harriet. Next image, please. Just straighten it up a bit. Thank you. Just a bit low, that's all. On the left. It's okay, I'm just getting OCD. Thank you, judges. Print score is 75, and We'll have a challenge from Kat on 81.
Yeah.
70, 75, 72, 77.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to talk about this for a moment, for sure. And I just think this is a worthy sort of photojournalistic moment. There's good connection going on between these three sort of central characters, in placement-wise, sorry, obviously. The two main characters in the foreground, got the interaction, and then that direct gaze of that gentleman in the background is quite arresting. To bring it up even further, I'd potentially look at it in black and white, but I think this is, I've popped this in the silver range. Yeah, strong visual photojournalistic capture. I'm curious what they're doing. My eye, evenly roams around these characters. I'm not sort of overly pulled in any sharp direction on the outer edges, and yeah, I'm happy to talk about it and have another look, please. Yeah, I'm in the low silver, come join me.
Harriet, you're a bit further away.
Yeah, I had this in the, brought it into silver.
No, you didn't.
Just into silver?
No, highly commended.
Oh, highly commended, sorry, apologies. The score I gave it was the score I wanted to give it. There's a beautiful connection between these two main characters, and the hand is everything, that hand connection. There's some lovely detail around the bottom of the frame that really tells me about this place, the shoes, the clothing. The man in behind that's looking directly at camera brings me out of this story. I think, if other people are looking at camera and the camera is part of the scene, that's fine. But when the camera is kind of trying to capture a scene and then we're being brought out by the fourth wall breaking, it sort of feels quite distracting. I do like the sort of top right corner where we can get location, but the left-hand side is a bit distracting with that coat as well. I feel it's quite blocked off on that side. However, I can definitely see place and people here, and yeah, I'd love to hear more from the other judges.
Your hand on 77?
I gave this a 77, and I'm quite happy to talk myself up, actually. I like the removal of the heads from the top of the frame. I think that's fantastic. I feel that the person looking at us is saying, what are you looking at? This is private, leave us alone. And I think that's actually quite a strong message, and it happens a lot when you're taking photographs. And then I think it also reflects the importance and the significance of the hand-holding, the eye contact, and the strength of what's going on. Beautifully framed, darkness in the corners appropriately. Yeah, I gave it a 77, and I'm happy to go up.
Back to you, Kat.
Yeah, and I commend the photographer too for getting down on this level and getting in so close to these gentlemen. And I think the intimidation of that gaze in the background, I fully appreciate what you say, Harriet, and you're correct, but for me it works in this instance. So yeah, come up into the silver if you're willing.
You hold your score, Kat, at 81. Everyone else rescore, please. Pin scores 80 by majority is a silver award. Well done. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 86 and is a high silver. Well done. We have a challenge from Katrina on 91.
I'm clearly in a challenging mood. Sorry,
82,
everyone.
82, 84, 84, 88.
Okay, all right, so we're not... We are all seeing something in this image. Look, I think this really needs to be commended, but higher, right? I think this is a gold image. I think it has strong emotional impact. Storytelling, absolutely. The narrative, there's definitely some strength here. The composition is clean and neat and even. The expression on this gentleman's face and the technical execution of this, paired with the message that's happening here. This man, he's, wheelchair bound, but he's free, he's shedding layers. I just feel like I'm glad we're having another look at this, a longer look, and I would love to hear why this is only strong and not, pushing up towards exceptional and superior.
Okay, Emily.
I see what you see, and I'm really wanting to. I feel what would make it stronger for me is take away that line of the top of the water, and then we've moved into a completely different realm of what reality actually is. We know where it's been shot and how it's been shot, and the technical components have been done very, very well. But I feel like I just want to move into that next space that makes me question what's really happening here and not know how it was done.
Okay, Craig, you're an 88, so you're pretty...
I was at 88, and I'm hearing you, Kat. I'm definitely going to be coming along with you. Let's reward the photography for the imagination and the narrative that's going on in this image. People in wheelchair are bound to the ground. In the water, you're free. We're also bound to a chair at workplace. So there's and he's free from his work life. Being in the water and having that horizon line and the mirror effect adds that extra element and the bubbling of the air. So I'm really going with you. The color palette's beautiful. So it's the narrative in this shot that's really winning it for me. And not only that, think about this as well, it's actually a little bit bottom heavy here because he's actually venturing more in the middle of the screen. So you're bound to this ground, but yet we're free in the water.
Katrina?
Well said, Craig. And also the placement of that jacket is amazing. Look, I think it's all been said. Please have another look and consider coming up into Gold Award. Exceptional visual and emotional impact, and executing this technically would also be quite difficult. So let's reward the photographer.
Okay, you stay on 91. Print scores 89 by majority. So this print averaged 90, but it scores 89 by majority. But we had everybody was 88 or above, which is a really strong performance. So well done to the photographer. Next print, please. Print scores 83, silver award. And we're all happy with that? Yep, okay. 83, everybody was pretty close to that. One was a little lower. Harriet, can I ask you just to tell us something that might be done to lift this even higher, in your opinion? Thanks.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's all about the storytelling here. It's really amazing. This idea of the dog sitting out of the room, but then the dogs sort of communicating with each other. Yeah, it's really lovely and wonderful. It's a great documentary image. Look, to be honest, I have to say, perhaps I was a little harsh on this, sitting with it for a little longer, and I'm really glad it's got into the silver range, actually. Yeah, it's a great documentary family image.
Yeah, maybe just that highlight above the head between the doors, just bring that down a little just to hold our eye.
Yeah, I think the soft focus on the family in the background's great, but the mother is sort of disappearing into the window a little bit. So yeah, thank you, Tony.
No worries. Excellent. Before we have the next image, we'll have another little judge change. If I can have Faru join the panel, and Harriet, you can take another break. Thanks. It's going to keep moving you through so you stay alert. And Johan, you can have a break. And is Mandarin in the room? Okay, Johan, you can't have a break. You can stay there. All right, next print, please. Thank you, judges. Okay, print score's 88. Yes. And I think your hand went up first, Kat. So we got 92, a 91, an 88, an 86 and an 82. Thanks.
Yeah, great. Another one that we can chat about, which is awesome. Full disclosure, I'm aware of who the artist, the photographer is, but I'm confident that I can judge this, objectively. This is really visually striking. It's arresting in its simplicity, the negative space, the central composition, the sort of multiple exposure, sort of sense of movement, and yet it's still beautifully anchored as well. The toning is beautiful. It's sort of got this, blue, cyanotype, gentle. There's a bit of warmth in there as well. If you look, you can see that throughout the main character as well. The posing is beautiful, and just the sort of artistic nature of the, the shroud or what have you over the subject. So I really do think this falls into superior category. Let's talk about it and see if we can't come up into that zone.
Faru, you're on 82.
I go with 82 because of the delicacy of the image. It's great choice of paper. It's deliver subtle, minimalistic, and drawing effect on this image. However, the shape of body and the gaze to the right side of the image, the face to the right side of the image, just guide my eyes to go to the right and trying to find something. And also, I think like the fold fabric or the crisp fabric happen on the face creates some not really pleasing texture or shape on the face, which I would let it me down. But it's definitely has a great visual impact, and I'm listening.
Okay, so everybody wants to talk, so add to the conversation and then we'll keep it moving. Johan?
This is an image that washes over you, and it gives you, you don't need to know what it's about, but there's a sense of softness that is contrasted with the crisscross edginess of the centre of the image, and it actually draws you into rewarding it more. I gave it an 86 and I'd like to go up.
Okay, Craig?
Yeah, I gave it an 88, and if it didn't have the selenium tone, so if we talk old-fashioned toning, that blue tone to it, that adds that depth and brings out that more texture. I gave it an 88, I'm going up.
Okay, Emily, 91.
There's a subtlety and there's a complexity to this, a harshness, and it's that missing eye, that hollowness of where the eye should be, that really pulls me in, and the look across to nothing. That's the beauty of photography. We can read our own stories into these images, but this just speaks to us.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's the successful combination of, like, to address what Faru, you were saying with the sharpness, totally agree, but for me it works juxtaposed against the delicacy and the softness. So you've sort of got this almost uncomfortable, right? It's an uncomfortable beauty, this image. The gaze off to the right doesn't faze me in any which way. I think it adds to the sort of the mystery of this image. What is this? What is this person doing? You know, blur your eyes and this image is still a beautiful art piece when you don't know what it is, and then you go in closer and you can sort of, you know, what is going on here? You can pick out identifiable things as well. So, yeah, look, it is unquestionably for me up in the exceptional and superior and outstanding category.
Okay, you hold your score, Katrina, and everybody else rescore, please. We're just waiting on one judge, little technical glitch to get the score in. Okay. Oh, that's a shame. 92, gold. Well done. Yeah, well done. Good conversation. Next print, please. Thank you, Darren. Print scores 81, silver award. Quick comment, thanks Johan.
This is a wonderfully informative image. There's a lot of busyness in here. Unfortunately, the top bright area takes you straight away from where you want to rest.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 82, silver award. Everybody's pretty close. Quick comment from Craig. Thanks, Craig.
Look, I think would help this image is a little bit of cropping. I think just tighten it up so we get more engrossed into the body form rather than the tool that's surrounding.
Or maybe even a bit of more of a vignette.
Yeah, more of a vignette, yeah.
So just bring them in. Yep. Next print, please. Thanks, Craig. Thank you, judges. Print scores 77. Okay, we're going to go to 77, highly commended. Can I have a comment, please, from Emily?
We've got great separation of the subjects from the atmosphere that's happening there, so we can clearly place them. Just a few little details, like you've had a moment to pose them. What do you call it? The glasses, the strap from the glasses is just distracting me away from coming up a bit higher, but well done.
Okay, thank you. Before we have the next print, we've got another quick judge change. So Johan, you can take another break. Thank you. And Katrina, you can take another break. Could we have Lisa and Mandarin back to the panel, please? Yeah, so just while we're taking that break, we're just going to basically just tighten it up in here so it doesn't fall away from it. So if you get the gaffer, just on the inside, it'll just hold it. So a couple of running repairs here.
Well, you try and fit your does,
So just across there without blocking the switch. Strip it in half. Good luck. There we go, one for me. And just basically just like that, and then like that. That should stop it falling forward. There we go. Beautiful. I'm going to hand over to Kay for 5 minutes while I take a short break, because I deserve it.
Don't take that with you. Is it going to be high enough?
We'll have the next print, please. Print scores 77. Everybody happy with that? The challenge? Lisa's going to challenge. Lisa's on 82. You've got 77, 75, 73 and 76 to work with. Thank you, Lisa.
So my initial score was perhaps where my colleagues on the panel have sat, and then I took a few more moments, and I was a little put off by the actual print itself. I know that perhaps the viewers at home won't see, but it's got some borders on the side, but it doesn't have any borders on the top. So that could definitely be an area for improvement, and I appreciate that. But just have a look. I mean, it's just it comes from a long history of documentary work, of engagement. There's a connection. There's a really interesting moment with the wire in that child's mouth. I think every element has literally earned its place in that frame. So I'm encouraging you, if possible, to come up into that early silver range. The paper stock, I'm quite comfortable with that. It's got a slight shine or sheen to it. I mean, it could have perhaps been a matte paper if we really wanted to go into that documentary space, but I think there's some joy and the shine isn't a problem for me. So I just encourage my judges to perhaps join me in that early silver range.
Thank you, Lisa. Emily, I'm going to come to you for a comment, please. You're on 73.
I agree with the paper choice and I agree with the connection. I think that's really beautiful, but I want to come closer into that connection. I felt like there's a whole lot of space there that we kind of don't need, and that highlight sort of above his head just drags me out of that frame a little bit. So I'm listening, but yeah, those are the reasons that I held back a little.
Craig, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Look, it's a classic documentary photograph. I wanted more of if I were to go even further, I'd look for more of a decisive moment aspect. And I think the sense of scale in the print is too grand. I think just scale the image back just a little bit so it's not so overwhelming in the scale of the print.
Thank you. Lisa, write a reply.
Okay. Thank you, judges, for your comments. I appreciate what you're saying, and I have heard. In terms of scale, trying to distinguish between the scale in the frame versus the scale in the print, Craig, I'm comfortable that there is a scale challenge. There's a little bit, we see this sort of figure in a space. I recognise that, you know, the lightness at the space that's calling us back, but I kind of think it's okay. I mean, we are meant to bounce around images. I don't get lost. I come back and look for meaning, and I find my meaning back at that subject. And the more I have lingered with it, the more I'm comfortable with my score. But thank you very much for your feedback, and I just encourage you, judges, to come up a little bit and recognise some of those positive points.
Thank you, Lisa. Your score is held. All other judges can rescore, please. And the print scores 78. It has gone up 1 point. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? And the print scores 76. And we have an immediate challenge from Emily.
Okay. I think it goes beyond just, sorry, I scored it an 82. So I'm in the silver range, and I believe it sits beautifully there, actually. Okay. Young female, debutante ball, maybe she's been made to do this. There's a story happening in that face and those eyes, and that's what's dragged me into this. It's just, there's a real subtlety to it, and it's really beautiful. The velvetiness of the print just makes it so appealing, but when we're so used to seeing, you know, this princess all dressed up and ready to be presented, we expect this happy little face, and she's like conflicted. She's got this sense of like blandness to it, and I think that we've moved up into that next realm because we've got a little extra communication happening there.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Faru for a comment, please.
Emily, I really drawn to the expression as well. I think it's reflect the narrative, and I really appreciate it. However, I feel like I'm disagree with you with the velvet feeling of the paper. I feel like the paper choice is not quite right for this image, because we almost lost all the beautiful details in the background, which with the different paper choice could be more elevated and more enhanced. And also the hands are a bit awkward, and it's the brightest side of the image, which is close to the center of the image, and my eyes all the time is just back to the hand. But I believe that this story is really well captured, and I'm listening.
Thank you, Faru. I'm going to, Lisa, I'd like a comment from you, please. You're right in the middle there.
Thank you, Faru, for your comments. I think it perhaps, for me, I wanted to reinforce what Emily was saying. I actually really like the paper stock. I didn't think I did at first, but I think it needs to be velvety, and I think we need to lose some of that detail. This is a really awkward moment, and I think it's okay that everything about it, the print itself, has a sense of we're just lost in it. We're just lost in that background. It's okay that we don't have crystal clear detail. And probably the opposite for you, Fru, I love the hands. They are awkward. Do you mean they just speak to, I think they're okay, and they're echoes anyway of the fabric that comes down. So visually for me, they're a lovely counterpoint as well to the feet. I scored 77, and I'm coming up to join Emily for sure, the longer I've looked.
Thank you, Emily. Right of reply.
I think Lisa addressed everything I was going to address. Those hands bring tension, the feet bring tension, the face draws us in, and just the general shape of the image. We're not distracted from what the subject is, but we can give it place.
Thank you. Judges rescore. Emily, yours is locked. And we have a score of 79. Oh, no. 79. Very close, but yeah, no, we will have, I'm going to have a judge change now. So I'll have a blank screen for a moment, and I'm going to get Fro to take a break, and I'm going to bring in Jeremy, and I will get Emily, you can take a break, and I'm going to bring in Catherine, please. Okay, can we have the next image, please, or print, please? So this is the people category of the Australian Photographic Prize, and it is sponsored by Canson Infinity. Absolutely beautiful papers. reminder that you can come down to the Photographic Studies College and join in the live judging, where you can meet a lot of the judges, a lot of other people sitting in the audiences, and join in the community spirit. And we have a score of 77. And we do have a challenge from Craig, who's on 83. You've got the rest all in the 70s. So give it a go.
I love the print itself and the subtlety that's going on here and the character itself. I mean, let's not describe the image as it is. It's a classic portrait. I'm awarding the photographer for seeing this moment, camera craft choice, and the moment for which he or she has captured this image. And, you know, if you want to build a little bit of story, not every image has have to have a narrative here. You know, it's a hard slog climbing up that hill, and I might be climbing up the hill to get it up into a silver range, but, you know, I got to add a little humor into the judging here. But look, it's just got some character, and that's really kind of rewarded that, you know, he's pulling his life behind him. So I'm asking you guys to come up behind me and bring it up.
Catherine, I'm going to hand it to you to have a comment from you, please, on 73.
Yeah. Okay, the 73. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think it's a really sweet moment, sweet kid, well captured. I feel like the photographer's done a great job of separating him from the background with that choice of the aperture. I guess I just don't see a lot more in it beyond that that would lift me into a higher score. And yeah, maybe the brighter part of the background is slightly competing for me with his face.
Jeremy, you're in the middle, right on the announced score.
Yeah, I put it right in the highly commended. It's a beautiful portrait. I'd be proud to have this as a portrait and present to a client, but there's nothing more to the image than it being a beautiful portrait. And if I was the parent, I'd be super happy with that. But as an observer judging this image, I would like to see a little bit more of a story in there. And, you know, him pulling the trailer is part of pulling whatever it is that's his story. It's empty, Craig, unfortunately. If there was something in the trailer, like a dog or a chicken or something, then we might be talking about a different story. But
thanks, Jeremy. I'll pass you back to Craig.
I've got nothing more to add, so...
Awesome, thank you. Judges rescore. Craig, yours is locked. Your score's locked. And we have a score of 78. So you did make a one point move, so well done. Can we have the next print, please? We have some wonderful print handlers here helping out at the Photographic Studies College, doing a great job, as always. Not wanting to rush you too much, judges, but... Oh, that's good. I thought you'd raised your hand before the challenge had even come up. One more. Craig, just waiting on your score. And we have a score of 85. Solid silver award. And Craig is going to challenge. He is sitting on 93.
Technical aspects. Beautiful backlighting on the bride. Giving the bride a sense of grandeur on her day. The scale and the proportion of which the photographer has presented, and this castle. So if you think of that story that's going on here, but let's really look at the finer details and the print details, the depth that's going on in the image, that real three-dimensional aspect that's going. Because I stand back here and I'm actually more, I look at that bride, she's coming out. It's got that three-dimensional quality to it. So I've really rewarded this photographer up in that gold range for camera craft techniques, scale and grandeur, and the ability to present that aspect of that story.
Thank you, and I'm going to go to Lisa for a comment.
Thanks, Craig. I'm comfortable with the quality of the print. As you've said, it's really beautifully printed. I feel, though, that it's a bit of, for me, it's in a bit of no man's land. I scored 81, so a silver, but I feel that we either had to privilege the bride or honour the bride, and maybe it's more her as an echo of the statue, so therefore it was a closer image. Otherwise, I feel we just have a very small bride amongst a beautiful building. And for me, even the mundane and the banal of the posts of the fence as we go in just takes a little bit away from the grandeur that you are feeling, Craig. But I'm happy to come up. I'm listening, and I welcome other judges' input.
Mandarin, I'm going to get you. You were right on that announced score.
87, absolutely exquisite image. It's beautifully presented, our eyes drawn directly to the subject, which is so perfectly lit. There's no converging parallels in the building, so the photographer has used a lot of attention to detail, which is absolutely very to be applauded. The only reason, and maybe you can talk me up on this, the only reason I didn't put it into 90 plus is from a narrative point of view. I would have loved to have seen the groom in one of the windows. I think that would have really lifted it for me. I couldn't see him, maybe he's there, but yeah. But exquisite, well done.
And write a reply, please, Craig.
I don't think it needs the groom. The bride is, if I put my shoes into a bride's mind, I was a wedding photographer many years ago and still shoot a few weddings here or there, but it's their one moment to be special and to be presented in such a grandeur way. I'm really rewarding this photographer for the technical ability that they've presented here in balance of, that magic hour time in the sky, getting balance inside the buildings, beautifully lighting the bride. There's a lot of craftsmanship going on in this shot, and as well as the story and the narrative of the grandeur of her special day. So I've rewarded it in the gold, and I'm just asking you guys to come up in that technical side of what's presented here.
Thank you, Craig. Judges, can I get you all to rescore? Craig, yours, as per usual, is locked. And we have a gold at 90. Thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? And I'm going to hand it back to Tony.
That's fine.
Print score 75. Everybody pretty close to that. Quick comment, if I can, from Jeremy.
I think what could have taken this up a little bit more is a bit more connection from them. I do feel the warmth between them, but I'm a little bit lost in the moment, and I just need something a little bit more to feel the moment.
Thanks, Jeremy. Next print, please. It's stuck to the print. It's one of those pictures that just sticks with you, doesn't it? You know? Just hangs in there. Yeah. Okay, thank you, judges. Print scores 79, and everybody's sort of in that sort of highly commended or about there. Let's have just Catherine, if you can tell us just quickly what could be done to lift this picture.
First, just well done to the photographer as well for the story here. You know, I've got this woman in such a beautiful environment, and she's got her headphones clamped on. I can really relate to this. And also quite like the inclusion of the tower in the background, you know, the technology there. I just felt she was a little bit tight in the frame. And no, the colours are beautiful. It's a lovely portrait and definitely highly commended. They might need a little bit more to take it in, something to take it into silver. Has anyone else got?
Okay, thank you. If we can take that print off, but hold back on that print. There's a print's gone missing. That last print, did you get the score for it? So that's the next one. That's it. Yeah, no, I did. That's the next print. I've got that one there. So the one that's the next print. So we can move forward. Yep. This is the next print. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Next print, please. Thanks, John. Thanks, judges. Print scores 89. I have a challenge from Craig on 93. Craig, you have a 92.
92 out of 93.
You have a 92 working with you, an
80, I have a 92. Sorry,
85, an 85 and two 88s.
Oh, come on, guys. Look, what resonates with me with this image is the pose, is beautiful pose, but also what really is this copper tone that's running through the whole image. The supple skin tone as well was so beautifully handled photographically, and to be presented with this bronzy copper feel to it. I don't even want to go up to the image because it's even more arresting being back here and getting more enjoyable. I want to go back there and enjoy it even from further. So it's got really that immense depth to it. So I scored it a 93. I've got who's my 92? So you're right with me, Jeremy. I would like to hear what somebody else has to say.
Let's hear from Mandarin, who's in a solid silver.
Yeah, solid silver. And I actually feel that listening to everyone else, I may very well go up because the skin tone is just so stunningly velvet. The positioning of the hands is exquisite. It's so difficult to position hands in such a beautiful way. Even the distance of the softbox, the light in her eyes, gives her eyes a really ethereal glow. The composition, the paper choice, it's all exquisite. I guess I was looking for something a little bit more, a little bit extra to bring it up into the 90s, but I am definitely listening.
Thank you, Mandarin. Jeremy?
Yeah, it got better and better, this image. The more I look at it, just the choices, like the single light source, the decision to have just a single light source in this image is like another level of expert, especially on dark-skinned woman with a dark background. The way the light just wraps around her and you can see the edge of her back, the detail is in that. Yeah, it's just, it's like, yeah, it's definitely gold. It's right in there.
Does anyone have anything to add? Otherwise, I'm going back to Craig.
I got nothing else to add. I think, it's all been said. So I think we reward this as a gold.
Thank you, Craig. You hold your score at 93. Judges rescore. There we go. And a reminder to the audience that the judges don't have to change their score. They can go up or down. What they basically do is get a second chance to look at it, reassess based on the comments they've heard. And what they do is they come back and they tell us that every single person on the panel believes this is worth a gold. So we have a 92. Beautiful paper choice too. Looks a bit like a Canson Platine or maybe one of the new Barytas. Oh yes, Canson are the sponsors. Yeah, that's right. Next print, please. You're gonna have to grow your nails. All right, we'll keep it moving. Otherwise, our judges won't get any lunch. They'll be working hard through. Did you accept it? Because it's not changing. Yeah, we know. We're... Okay, try again. Okay. We good? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Print score is 76. And are we all happy with our judges? Okay, let's have a quick comment, if we can, from Jeremy on something that might be done to improve this image. Thank you.
I think it's the start of a really cool concept. I think maybe just need to be a little bit more subtle with how you're trying to present it, and the light on her face I'm finding really challenging as well. I think maybe just look at a different direction of where that's coming from.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Next print, please. See, when I come up with that, if I press that, it'll go back. So I'll cancel that and I'll do that. Print score 74. Are we happy with that? You're happy with that? Okay, we have a challenge from Lisa on 83. You have 71, 74, 74 and 77.
Oh, wow.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. I'm on 83. I didn't even go down into the highly commended range. I went straight to silver. It's got that real humans of New York, but humans at the beach vibe. And I think it's really contemporary. It's got that sort of deadpan aesthetic. I acknowledge, and I was a little uncertain about the fact we're missing some feet. So I appreciate if my fellow judges are a bit concerned about that, but I'm asking you to look past that. It's the ocean itself that's consuming them. And I just feel that this is just a gorgeous example of an environmental portrait and a beautiful connection between two people. And I just ask you to join me just a little higher, please, or see in it what I have seen.
Thank you, Lisa. Can we have a comment perhaps from Jeremy on 71?
Lisa, I appreciate everything that you're pointing out. The feet weren't even a consideration and why I scored at 71. I think the potential of everything that you're talking about is there, but I think maybe the photographer needs to reconsider the frame, reconsider the time, and just pay a little bit more attention to the light on the father's face and the light on the son's face. The difference in stops between the two is just too much. So the boy's face is almost blown out and dad's face looks a little underexposed. And compositionally, there's a little bit too much space on the right as well. So I think with a little bit more time and consideration, this could have been all the things that you spoke about.
Craig, 77?
Yeah, look, we're seeing a series of images that are coming across with, I think, the same photographer. There's so much potential in this, but I'm actually might be coming up a little bit higher because the outfit of the kid, the brightness of his face, it's a bit of a character going on in there, that skeletal type thing. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see what you say.
Okay, Lisa, like to reply?
Thanks, Craig, for reminding me as well about the pose of that boy. Look at him. He's frightening, or he's trying to be a bit frightening. And, to be a little grommet, you need to have some oomph and some strut about you, and just that connection between the father and the son. And I appreciate the technical aspects. I'm not a technically driven photographer. I'm a connection and conceptually driven photographer, and I love the deadpan aesthetic. It really appeals to me. The lighting is important. I don't see that it's blown out. I think it's literally that time of that day at that moment, and I honour that, and that resonates for me.
Okay, Lisa, you hold your score at 83. Judges, take into account what you've heard, and let's see where you think it should sit.
What did it get overall?
It got 74 before. And Lisa was on 83. Print score 77. Well done. Okay, congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. Thank you, judges.
Sure, it's the right one.
It shouldn't be this one?
It should be the one that's coming on the screen.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can we just remove that print? Okay. Thank you. We're looking for that print. That should be the print. Thank you. Sorry, judges. We're all happy with that? Okay, we'll have a quick comment from Mandarin, please.
What an amazing subject to photograph. A great colour palette with that bright turban with all the muted tones around it. I would have loved to have brought my score up if there was a little bit more story, if there was perhaps something on that bench top, and perhaps if the depth of field was such that the hand, which is really part of this beautiful old man's character, was a little sharper.
Thanks, Mandarin. Next, next image, please. Or next print, please. Print score's 88, very good score. With a challenge from Catherine on 94. There's also a 93, an 83, an 88 and an 81. So quite a spread. Let's hear what you've got to say, Catherine.
This is just a real wow image for me. It is so simple and it's just so beautifully simple. It's just, he's quite exquisite. He's somehow like a little China boy, and I think the printing has done so much to celebrate that apparent fragility there with the paper choice and the lighting. The whole palette, everything is working really, really well here. He just feels like an epitome of a kid, like with the red hair, the little sleep hair tuft sticking up at the back, the freckles. Beautiful little kid. The blank expression, I think, in this instance is completely working with us. It's like he's just lost in thought, caught in this little moment. I just find the whole image exquisite. I can't fault it, and I think it's very impactful. So, yeah, I've definitely given it a strong gold.
Thank you, Catherine. Mandarin on 81.
Yes. This is a really intriguing image, and I applaud the photographer for putting it out there in the way that they have to make us really question how it's presented. So the tonality to me evokes, you know, something out of the 50s or the 60s. There's something quite vintage and retro. The placement of the image that we're looking at live here is quite intriguing. It's placed towards the bottom of the paper, and I'm trying to understand the reason for that. I did want to go higher. I wanted to understand a little bit more about what the placement of the eyes. It looks a little bit like the child is cross-eyed, i.e. he is looking at something that's just off the image, out of screen, so to speak, and I'm trying to understand what that could be. I wish the shirt was a little bit neater, and also the wisps of hair at the top were a little bit neater to go in with that whole neat 50s, 60s theme. But I am listening, I'm probably going to go up.
Let's listen to Craig, who's on 93.
All right, let's talk about the print. There's an amazing amount of depth going in here. You know, the red, the warm tones coming forward, the blue tones going backwards. Let's look at the eye gaze. The eye gaze is down to the bottom right-hand corner, so it's feeling very weighted down to, that's why it's being presented to us in that weighted fashion. So I'm asking you guys to re-look at point number 1, exceptional visual and emotional impact. So, you know, as a kid, you've got the weight of the world on you, and that gaze, you're always wondering where you're going. So that subject placement being placed on the left of frame as well helps with that gaze into that bottom right-hand corner. So I'm really, more I sit with this, I'm going with what you were saying, that retro feel as well. It's just adding even more to it.
Thank you, Craig. And we'll go back to Catherine.
Yeah, thank you, Mandarin. I meant to talk about the retro thing, so even though you're in the lower end, you've actually brought up what to me is a real strong point. The little tuft of hair, as I mentioned that as a strength, you know, for me, this is all creating the feeling that this kid he's kind of like your representative kid, the childhood, the quiet moments of childhood, the contemplation. I think it's a really strong image. It's so simple, and I just feel really excited when I see a photographer who can present us with something that is so simple yet so powerful.
Thank you, Catherine. You hold your score. Judges, please rescore. Print scores 91 and is a gold award. Okay, next print, please. Print score 75, all judges very close to that. We'll have a quick comment if we can from Craig, please, mate.
Just watch the frame. It's a bit too tight at the top and too tight at the bottom. Just give her a little bit more freedom.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have a quick judge change. Lisa, you can take a break. Craig, you can take a break. And if I could have Emily back on the panel, please, and Harriet back on the panel, please. Next print, please. Print scores 83, silver award. Challenge from Emily on 91. You got 278s, 82 and 84, Emily.
Okay, I'm going to address how tight that crop is. Doesn't bother me at all because there's an awkwardness to the image. It's been handled really well. There's an exceptional detail that's happening here. I admit I want to read more into this story. I want to know a little bit more, but the power of the pen, death by pen, you know, all of that kind of, there's so much going on here, and I think it's well deserving of more conversation.
Okay, well, let's hear from maybe Catherine.
So I gave this a 78, and yes, it is exactly the crop that I just felt it's just too tight. I do appreciate the painterly elements, and the lighting on it is beautiful. I felt that the lighting, I sort of went a little bit too much to that bright foot. It felt quite bright, that it should have dropped off a little bit more there. Happy to come up into silver though, because it's very sculptural, it's beautiful, the colour palette's great, and it does have that story, but I do still struggle with that crop.
Thank you, Catherine. Mandarin, yeah.
A stunning image when you look at it from afar. It is beautiful, the posing. When I come up close though, there is a disconnect between what I want to see as the reality of where that blood is spilling. It looks like it's coming down from a vertical angle and not across her body. So there's not a great amount of believability there, but I do applaud the photographer for the narrative of the tears coming down the feathers. I think that's very clever.
Okay, let's go back to Emily.
Okay, so I've got my work cut out for me, that's fine. I believe, we know that this isn't visually, we know that there's manipulation that's happened here to create the story, and I'm okay with the blood there. It's just started, it's just pierced her. We won't see a lot of blood coming from there. This is exceptional quality. There's been a real thought process to this, and it's well deserving of coming up higher than where it's sitting. So come up with me, please.
Okay, you stay at 91. Everybody else rescore according to the comments. Thank you. Alicia? There we go. Image scores 84. Good, Silver. Thank you. Next print, please. What's wrong? Next print. Score 75, everybody pretty close to that, within a point or two. Quick comment, if I can, please, from Catherine. Just raised her elbows at me, so we'll assume that means she wants to talk. Here we go. You got something to tell them?
Yeah, I love the concept that this photographer is running with here with the noir thing and the hat and the braces. I feel it could have been strengthened if the expression had been a bit stronger. She looks a little blank with her mouth slightly open there. Just a bit more strength, and that would have improved the image.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Print score 73. Again, all judges are pretty close to that. Harriet, perhaps a comment as to what could be done to lift this print?
Yeah, it's a lovely travel image, portrait. The highlights on the wooden slats are distracting me a little from the lady in the shadows. Not every face in a portrait has to be lit beautifully. There can be something in the shadows, but I feel like the face has been brought out a little bit with a bit of post-production, and the colour tone has kind of altered a little bit on it. So my eyes drawn to that really bright highlight on the wooden slats, but really great idea, and yeah, lovely moment.
Thank you, Harriet. Next print, please. Reminder, this is the print category portrait section in the Australian Portrait Prize 2024, and this category is sponsored by the amazing people at Canson Infinity. This print scores 77. Again, all judges at high 70s with one low 80. And I'm going to get a comment, if I can, from Mandarin, please.
Stunning location, beautiful sky. I feel that the bride and groom are a little bit too overlit or too bright, and also there's a strange, almost weird reflection to the right of them, and I'm not sure if this has been photographed through a window, but perhaps if those sort of details could be looked at, it would raise the image.
Thank you very much, Mandarin. Next print, please. Print scores 75. And we'll have a quick comment, if we can, please, from Jeremy.
Compositionally, this is really well presented. The light's really lovely coming in from the back of her hair, giving her nice hair highlights. But the challenge in this is unfortunately the big shadow from her nose, which is really overpowering the image. So I think just readdressing the position of that main light source on her face would have really given this a little bit more, probably a better score. But I put it in highly commended. Well done.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. Print score 76. I have a challenge from Jeremy on 83. Thanks, Jeremy. You got 77, 73, 71, 78.
Oof, got some work. I think this is a really interesting frame, and I've got a lot of questions about what is going on here. The expression on the guy's face, I think, maybe resonates the conversation that he's having with the person at the other end of the line, and there seems like there's real concern there. And I think the photographers, I don't know whether they've taken that moment and questioned themselves as to whether or not it was worth taking that moment. I can't help but read more into this story than maybe what I'm presented with just in this print. There's something deeper there. I think compositionally it's really, really nice. He's positioned well in the frame. I really feel a sense of concern from this guy. There's a few technical aspects which I didn't take it into a high silver, but I think this merits some reward. I think there's a really nice moment that I think we should reconsider.
Okay, Emily?
I'm at the other end, but I'm listening because I am drawn into the story. The crop unsettled me. I either wanted it to be, I wanted him to be much smaller in the frame, or much that highlight above taken out just to really keep me at his face. I'm listening.
Okay, let's listen to Catherine.
I gave this a 78, and I'm happy to come up into a low silver with you, Jeremy, because I think there is something really intriguing about this. And I think, for me, this sounds crazy, but I think it's that hand pushed in under the shirt and the belly exposed. That, to me, makes this, you keep talking about the moment. This is quite possibly a set-up photo, but it feels like a moment. It feels genuine because he feels like he's really lost in that conversation, and so it's got something intriguing about it.
Okay, Jeremy, back to you.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I mean, there's challenges in there. I think there's purpose as to why the white's been left there. It's connecting him with the outside world. There's the weight of the heavy trees on the right-hand side, which are kind of leaning out of the frame as well. He's a little bit left of centre. I'm held by his gaze. I'm in that moment. I keep reminding myself that his hand is under the shirt, rubbing his belly. There's concern there, and I feel that. Technically, there's a few things that didn't take me up higher, as I said earlier, but I think this should be rewarded.
Okay, you hold your score, Jeremy. Everybody else can rescore. Thank you. Print scores 80. It's 80 by majority, so well done. Thank you, judges. A silver award there. Congratulations. Let's have another change. So if I can let Jeremy, you can have another break. Thank you. And Katrina, if you can join us. And then Johan, if you could come up, please. And that means that, who am I taking out? Emily, you're going to take another break. Thank you. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Just got a little bit of a glitch, waiting for the last judge to get his score in, just having a problem with the input. Then we're in, and we have a score of 82. Silver award, well done. Everybody pretty close. And Harriet, you gave it 82. Why did you give it 82? What was...
Yeah, I think it's all about attitude for this image. You can really see the woman's, real attitude coming through. I question if the breast needs to be exposed, and I questioned on that for a little bit, but I think she's all behind that, and she's powerful, and that's coming through. So, yeah, well done.
Okay, next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print score 76. Everybody pretty happy there? Katrina, can you give us a comment, please? What could be done to lift this a little higher?
Yeah, this is certainly commended. I think just having a little bit of trouble resolving the sort of ghostly, glitchy characters. I'm not sure what they're sort of telling me or contributing to the story. But the moment between the couple is lovely, so maybe concentrate on that.
Yeah, there's quite a heavy contrast in that that's drawing away from those figures too, so just watch your printing. Next print, please. Could you get me some black gaffer tape, please? The gaffer tape.
Oh, yes, okay.
Print score is 81, but is, print average is 81, but is a score of 79 by majority. Challenge from Johan on 87, and you have an 83 and a couple of high 70s in there.
Right. I gave an 87. What a surreal abstraction. It doesn't need to say anything about anybody. It's just something to admire and appreciate the beauty of. There's a flow and a form and all these lovely subtle tones of grey. I gave an 87 just because it made me feel calm.
Okay, Harriet. Are you calm, Harriet?
I do see what you see there. I like where the photographer's going, and there's a great abstraction, as you say. It's very artistic. I just feel I'm not quite there. The gradient on the background's lovely. It kind of works with the subject a little, but I'm losing the top half. Is that intentional? Isn't it? I'm just not sure if they're quite communicating exactly what they're intending, but I'm all for this experimentation.
Okay, let's hear from Catherine, who gave it 83.
Yeah, I would really love to see this in silver. It is so abstract, and surreal is exactly the right word. I love the confusion that's resulting from the lack of the head. That's a really, really strong point for me. It's simple. It's creative, and I just think it needs an award. This is beyond highly commended.
Okay, well, you hold your score. So you get a chance to say something more if you'd like.
Grace, beauty and form and the softness that runs out of the top makes you look harder and makes you enjoy it more. I gave an 87. See what you can do.
Thank you. You hold your score, Johan. Yep. Everyone else can go with that where they will. And apparently your calm has perpetrated the whole thing. We have an 83 silver award. Well done. All judges were in the same area. Next print, please. Print scores 82. Is a silver award. And a couple of high 80s there, which is good. Katrina, can you tell us what could be done to take this even higher in your opinion?
I guess I don't quite know how I feel about this image, and I guess that's why I didn't have it in this silver range. There's clearly something going on. There is some sort of narrative trying to be communicated. I haven't caught it entirely, so I don't know, maybe a bit more help on that front. But again, well done on the mystery, the intrigue. That's also an element, you know, worthy of commendation. And maybe it's just a little bit tight in the crop.
So the takeaway for the entrant could also be that sometimes when we get too clever, we have to remember we've got to find a way for an audience to connect and find that narrative or that purpose. It doesn't have to be entirely narrative, it can be aesthetic, but it is all about connecting with the viewer. So, but yeah, good score, 82, silver award, well deserved. Next print, please. Reminder, this is the print categories, and we are looking at portrait or people. Sponsored by Canson Infinity. Full disclosure, I am an international ambassador for Canson Infinity, as are at least one of our judges. I think Faru Yavari, you're a Canson ambassador. So lots of people love the paper, and that's why we're so pleased for them to support us. Print scores 72. And we'll go for a comment on that if we can, please, from, I'm going to ask Johan to give us a comment on what could be done for the entrant to lift this further.
There's a wonderful juxtaposition of a man working hard and then all the dreams of a greener and brighter future. But the technical on the lighting on his face, it's a little bit harsh and broken up. And to contrast, there's an overall image. Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Next print, please. Print score 78, which is a highly commended score. Everybody's reasonably close to that. I'm going to ask Mandarin for a brief comment, if she will, as to what could be done to lift it a bit higher. Thanks, Mandarin.
What a stunning subject, and that dress, it's like Alice in Wonderland. I really wanted to score it in the silver range. What held me back was the figure in the background just brings us back to reality. So perhaps if you reshot something like that and just was very mindful of what's going on in the background and have no other figures other than the little girl, you give it that really fairy tale storybook quality.
Thank
but
you,
well
Mandarin.
done.
Next print, please. Print score is 76, and again, everybody pretty close to that. We're all agreeing that it's of a high standard or highly commended. If I can have a quick comment from Catherine, please.
What an interesting character. He's just super cool. I think the photographer's done a cool job of lighting this with that little light on the beret to bring separation from the background. I commend them for the reflection of the softbox and the glasses, but I think it's kind of halfway there. Maybe if they'd filled that with it, I think that would have strengthened it. But yeah, it's a great portrait. Well done.
Thank you, Catherine. Next print, please. Going well, judges. Reminder that the events will run over today, Saturday and Sunday. If you're in the Melbourne area, it's well worth getting down. If you've got any interest in photography at all, or perhaps just listening to bad jokes from judges, there's not too many of them. Excuse me. I make up for the bad jokes. In about half an hour, there's a Canson Infinity workshop where we'll have some people talking about printing with a couple of absolute world-class presenters in Faru Yavari and Rocco Ancora, along with the printing legend that is Michael Marlborough. At the same time, Adam Hurrigan will be presenting a workshop for Nikon, Finding Your Extra. Print scores are coming through. $76, again, all in that highly commended range. Quick comment, if I can, please, from Johan, who saw some things that could have been done to improve this.
There's very strong eye contact, very strong framing. Something weird has happened to the forehead with the tone, almost digitizing. It doesn't quite seem right, and it just made me feel uncomfortable with it.
Okay. So just take a look at that printing and that tonal dropouts in the top. Next print, please. Print score's 81. Thanks. Silver award, 81. Well done. We all happy with that? We are? Okay. Okay. We're not. Catherine's not happy, 86. There's an 82 and an 84, and a 76 and a 77. Thanks, Catherine. You gave this 86.
Yeah, I think this is quite exquisite. I'm loving the presentation with that fabric, and it's absolutely glowing. It's really got a luminosity to it, and I think the fact that you've got the flow of the fabric of the dress there and the folds, it's quite exquisite. There's some beautiful subtle colours going on there in that little square, and yeah, I just think the photographer's presented us with something really quite creative here, and it's beautifully printed. It's beautifully placed on that with that border as well. So yeah, I'd like to talk a little more about it.
Mandarin, 76.
Yeah, there's so much potential here. There's a few things that held me back. I would have liked a little bit more depth. It seemed very flat, and given the texture of the overlay that gives it that Polaroid transfer look, I really would love to feel that there's a little bit more depth and texture, because it just looks so flat. Also, the position of the hands, the posing of the dancer, while it's stunning, it could be raised a little bit more. So, yeah, but it's a beautiful image.
Okay, now before we go any further, I'm just going to add to the conversation because there is an artist statement, so we apologise to the photographer, we just picked it up. The shift of the dancer, the pull of the moment, the push of the moment, nothing sits still. A Polaroid emulsion transfer, perfectly imperfect. So...
Can I also then add that one thing I would have loved to have seen is Polaroid transfers are a little bit smaller, and I think this is actually one image that would have really, in my opinion, been much stronger if it had have been just a little bit smaller, more the size of what we imagine Polaroid transfer.
Okay, let's go to Katrina on 82.
Yeah, I'm in silver and I'm happy there. I'm happy to come up somewhat. It's certainly, I agree with everything that's been said. My only addition would be to encourage the photographer to give us the real thing. We had the visionary category where you could have literally entered your Polaroid transfer, your emulsion. So I would love to actually see this, the original piece, because it's lovely. Well done.
Okay. Back to Catherine.
So yeah, I'm not actually asking for gold here, and I do think this is worthy of a higher silver than it's receiving. I think the positioning of the hands is actually really elegant, and for me, the slight flatness of the image is adding to that retro feel of it. It's really cohesive and it's really gelling. So yeah, I'd love to reward this photographer with a higher score.
Okay. You hold your score, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. Print scores 84. Good silver. Thank you. Have another quick judge change. Keep you moving around. So now, Harriet, you take another break, please. And we could have Faru come through, please. Yep. One of the cool things with this software, which is new, is that I can see how many prints every judge has judged. So if you feel like you're on and off, or then you're on longer and all of that, I'm just looking at how many you've judged. You might do a longer stint and then have a bit of a break, or you might do some shorter stints. It just depends. But ultimately, we just keep refreshing and stirring the pot, like making a really good soup. You don't let it sit too long. It gets cold on the top and hot on the bottom. Next print, please. Same reason we stir the developer, isn't it? You don't want it to sit there. Agitate, that's it. Thank you. Print scores 83, silver award. Yes, might get a comment from you, Faru, on what could be done to maybe make this even stronger.
Yeah, it's a intriguing image. I think to improve the creative concept, perhaps a bit of nugget to lead the viewer to understand the story in a way the photographer wanted, and perhaps different cropping elevate the image.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Yeah, I was just thinking that there seems to be too much headroom and at the bottom, too much space, and not enough on the width. Possibly stronger as a panoramic or a horizontal, would you say?
Yes, totally.
Yeah, yeah. Next print, please. Print score is 74. Okay, so we have a challenge from Katrina, 182. Yeah. You have a 68, 73, 73 and 76.
Ooh, 68. Okay, listen up. Look, I do think this is worthy of a silver award. I think the framing is quite intentional, using the leaves to sort of, you know, bracket this little vignette in the moment happening between the couple, which in itself is quite tender and feels genuine. It's a suburban moment. The photographer's, you know, taken the time and attention to, you know, to pick this spot, to place themselves away from the scene, to capture it. And I'm really appreciating all the squares within this image, squares and squares and squares, and yet, you know, balanced out with this sort of delicate organic nature, which works for me, the plants on the outside. So yeah, let's talk about it.
Thanks, Kat. Mandarin?
It's quite voyeuristic, actually, looking through the leaves to the couple. I was on the lower end, so there is a little bit of work. I actually find some of the things in the image are superfluous. They're not needed. For example, there's a sign at the lower right. I can't read it. If that's part of the image and you want it to be there, I need to understand what it says, how it relates to the couple. Also, the posing of the couple with the hands, it's quite awkward. There's no other element of story, people in the other windows. So also it could have been printed a little bit deeper. So.
Quick comment from Johan on 76, please.
I thought this was I gave it a 76. I thought it was a great balance. I like the fact that there's a sign that we can't read. It makes us ask a question. I like the vignetting with the leaf work around the outside, and then the addition of the plant inside the middle to draw in the combination of elements, the different types of windows. It's quite a complex little story, really. The hands are a little bit awkward, but I think what they're wearing actually complements the busyness of the brickwork, so it all ties together quite well.
Back to you, Kat.
Yeah, I think it's because we're so lucky to be presented with so many, you know, highly artistic and you know, technically perfected and photoshopped images in a complimentary way. I mean that. I think sometimes it's easy to overlook quite arguably plain images, but for me this is quite a successful capture. I agree with what Johan said, and yeah, I would encourage you to come up. Strong visual composition, it works well, and the posing all feels pretty natural to me, Mandarin. Like, I get what you're saying in terms of slight awkwardness, but I think they've just been let to sort of just do them, you know, and that's okay. It doesn't, in this sort of environment, it's a lifestyle documentary sort of thing, that's okay that it's not posed perfectly.
Thanks, Kat. You hold your score. Everybody else rescore, please. Print score 78. Good discussion. Thank you, guys and girls. Next print, please. A reminder that 78 represents a high standard of professional or self-commissioned work, high levels of post-production skill, techniques, etc. So if you are at home and you just got yourself a 76 or a 78 or a 79, it's certainly something that says you're on the right mark and you're producing high quality work. Of course, an award level is just that, it's an award level, and what we're looking for is something that supersedes that or goes beyond that. That's what the judges are looking for. That's okay. Thanks, judges. Reminder, this is the print categories and we're in the portrait subcategory of print. Sponsored by Canson Infinity. It's okay, your hand gives me a chance to talk about Canson Infinity and the amazing papers they make. Okay, we have a print score of 81, Silver Award, well done. I have a very brief comment, if we can please, from Catherine. What could be done, if anything, to lift this?
This is a really creative portrait, quite surreal, and I really enjoy the way the photographer has broken out of the normal, mother family unit here, presenting the art. It just generates a whole lot of questions, and I like the deadpan nature of the expressions. In order to improve it.
The other thing I was going to add is that the contemporary art on the outside reflects the future, which is the child's future, but the traditional art that's behind the couple representing the ancestry, etc., things like that. Sorry? Oh, improvements. Look, I think that perhaps the composition is not quite right, even though that is quite strong. I feel like it possibly doesn't even need as much of that artwork on the right, because that's pulling us away from the family. And I understand with the culture the expression can be a little bit more staid, but perhaps the hands and the body language in terms of expression could be, the father's hand's a little bit awkward and the foot coming out. So there's a few little things to tweak this and take it even higher, but well done. Next print, please. Can I get you to check that's the right way around? Let's just have a look. That's okay. We do have to check. Sometimes photographers get very clever on us. Not always with good reason. Okay, we have a score of 77. I think we're pretty all okay with that. Look, I was just going to add a comment that the print quality of this is probably struggling a little bit. There seems to be some sort of tonal issues going on around the face, the flesh tones, etc. And there's a muddiness about this picture which probably doesn't add to the quality of the picture. Great concept. The child looks very peaceful, and perhaps just tidy up the blankets and things. The glasses are maybe a little bit not needed, a bit superfluous, because they distract us and they're rather larger within the frame. So maybe change from a wider angle, come in with a bit of a longer lens and flatten the perspective. Next print, please. What would I know? I'm a landscape photographer. Mind you, with 1,000 weddings under my belt. Thank you, judges. We have a 90 first off the bat. Well done. And I'm going to challenge that as a panel chair, okay? Because you're all very close. So for me to give one person a challenge, so you all get a chance to speak, and you all get a chance to reassess your score up or down as you choose to see fit. So I'm challenging it because I think there's some concepts here that can be explored. I'm going to ask you to look at that. I'm going to ask you to consider the print quality, the lighting, and also the connection that you might find with the image. So everyone's going to get a chance to speak. You're all within about 3 or 4 points of each other, so this is just a random way of going. If I can start with perhaps Catherine, since you're sitting down, have a chance to chat. If you don't have anything to add, you can just pass. We don't all have to speak.
Okay, I gave this an 88, and I think immediate impact and very, very strong storytelling is very, very clever. I would like to hear some comments just about the brightness of the boy's face, the white part of the face. I do appreciate, though, that that is an integral part of the story, but it's just particularly bright. That was my only thing stopping me going to gold, so if that could be addressed, that'd be great.
Okay, Mandarin?
Yeah, it is an integral part of the story. Perhaps someone else can address that. What I would like to say from the narrative point of view, it really struck me because I wonder, has the boy on the right actually read this book, and there's a little tear coming down his face, so he perhaps understands, racial issues. I think it is beautifully printed. I don't have an issue with the highlight, on the face on the right. The only issue that I could see was I wish that the noses and the eyes had have lined up absolutely spot on. They're just slightly out, but the shape of the face is spot on.
Okay.
Left to right.
Johan.
Okay, printing, 100 out of 100. Concept, 100 out of 100. Content, 100 out of 100. The differences in the noses and the eyes, that makes them human. That makes the difference. And it's a subtle difference. It's such a subtle difference, yet it has such a huge impact. I only gave it 93, but I'm allowed to go up.
You only gave it 92, actually.
92,
that's up
even
to
better.
you.
I can go further.
It's your choice. Okay, does anyone else have to add? Thanks, Kate.
Yes, very quickly. This is an incredible image. It is striking from afar. It is thoroughly engaging. The closer you go in, the more you read literally, as well as the content that's provided, the tear in the eye. Totally agree, read the symmetry. It needs to be slightly off, but it doesn't feel remotely off to me. The way that the Caucasian boy's hair, they're separated, but they're also so merged as well, right? There's a merging going on, and that is just phenomenal, matching up these two faces in that way. Incredible, highly refined. I'm on 91, apologies, and I'm definitely happy to go up, and I'm rapt we're talking about it. Thanks, Tony.
Faru, did you have anything to add? You don't have to.
I give it 88, and I believe that sometimes the narrative and the presentation and technique is more strong, and we can just forget the little minor error. So I'm going up for sure.
Yeah, I'll just add there's a white privilege comment, I believe, within this image. And if you look at the darker skinned boy in the book cover, the clothes, which look like they're that old sort of type of, what was it, Hessian, something like that. But anyway, again, you've had a chance to reassess the image. You may leave your score where it is, you may go down, you may go up. It's entirely up to you based on what you've just heard. So we'll score. Everybody can do so. Image scores 94. Image scores 94, strong goal. Well done, judges. And again, did you? What did you give? Okay. Sorry? Yeah, okay. So just an amendment, because one of the scores didn't go through properly. Since you gave it 5 more than last time, that would add 1 point to the score, so we have a 95. So well done. Can you fix that? Okay, just reset. Yeah. Oh, you have to go and do the workshop. Yes, okay, thank you, Faru. And okay, you go and do that, and let's have 2 more. Yeah, so. And if I could please have Emily back to the panel, and is Craig in the room? Yeah, Craig. Sorry? Sorry? Yeah. Okay, settle down, let's keep moving. Thank you. Craig, next print, please. Thanks, guys. We're going to push through. Can you find Chris for me, please?
Yes.
No. Jeremy, can you come and put the score that Johan tells you, please? No, Jeremy, I want you to put the score that he tells you. No, Jeremy, whatever he tells you, put it in. Print score 78. Everybody pretty close, although we do have an option there. How are we sitting? Okay, everybody's happy with that. Can I please have a comment from Emily as to what could be done to lift this image? Thanks. Kat's going to speak.
Yeah,
Thank you,
to
Kat.
immediately lift this for me, crop it into a square. All the stuff down the bottom isn't necessary, and it's much stronger as a square.
Thanks, Kat. Square crop. Next. Yeah. Jeremy, could you jump in there? Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print score 76. Everybody pretty close. I'll give you that. Okay, there's a quick comment from Jeremy. Sure thing. Thanks, Jeremy. What can be done to help this?
I think the transition from digital to print It just looks a little bit muddy, especially around their faces. It's just lacking a bit of clarity.
Bit of contrast there too, which isn't helping. Next print, please. Print score 79. Whew, so close. Craig's going to challenge that on 84. You've got 76, 78, 79, 76. Thanks, Craig.
Look, this is a clever little narrative here. I love the lighting that the photographer has presented here. The styling, yes, we could fault a bit of the styling and things like that, but I just think the cleverness, the fun that the photographer has presented in this photograph, and that's why I rewarded it solidly in the silver range for that storytelling.
Okay, let's hear from maybe Katrina on 76.
Yeah, highly commended. I put this in. This is a lovely character. He's like Cupid grown up, right? The little Cupid cherubs, you know, grown up. What really pulled me out of this moment was the modernness of that arrow. I just felt like it draws your attention, and it doesn't seem to fit with the rest of the scene. So, yeah, I'm happy where it is, but I'm listening.
Mandarin, you're on 78.
Great subject. I don't have a lot to add other than I would look at perhaps using these subjects with a little bit more narrative, perhaps positioned slightly differently. And I feel that maybe a square crop or a different crop, the image does look a little muddy, but the concept is there. You just need to work on it a little bit more.
Okay, back to you, Craig.
Yeah, I've got nothing more to add.
Okay, so you hold at 84. Judges, if you rescore, please. Print score 79. I'm just going to add a comment for the photographer. Choice of paper can make a difference here, and the matte paper with the heavy blacks is sucking up the blacks and it's causing that little extra look of muddiness. So maybe look at something like a no cats on platine or something along that line. It might give you a better image. Next print, please. And the new varieties. One of the new varieties. Very nice. 7 gloss feel to it. Satin feel. Like that. Print score 73. Everybody pretty much around that mark of highly commended. Let's have a comment from Emily. Thanks, Emily.
Yeah, we've got a well-executed image here, but I feel like we've just missed a little bit in the styling. You've gone this far. Think about fingernails and think about a little bit of those extra little details with hair and stuff like that.
Thank you. We'll go to the next print. Before we do, Katrina, if you have a little break. Lisa, if you could join us, please. Next print, please. Thanks, judges. Okay, print scores a 80 by majority, but we have scores that are quite ranging from 68 to 86. So do we have, okay, we have a challenge, Craig, do we? Yeah. I'm actually, yeah, okay, we'll go with that. Okay, so you got an elective challenge. That's fine.
Okay. I get an Andy Warhol feel to this image. I'm enjoying the posing, the whole styling of everything that's going in here and the way it's presented. I see it, and it's just a solid silver. So I don't see why it's, what's it scored again?
It scored an 80.
80. So I'll just push it up into a even further solid silver for the ingenuity and the craftsmanship that they've put together here, and that styling from that Andy Warhol style. So,
okay, let's go to Lisa. Lisa's at the other end and see what Lisa has to say too.
Okay. I think if it had been a homage to Warhol, I would have been comfortable with that. I see it as very, very unresolved. I can't understand why that particular figure is repeated across all the 7 sins. I can't get the sense of the justification for the nudity, and that's, you know, that's literally from a conceptual perspective. It's just completely unresolved for me. I can't understand. Are we looking in windows? If it were windows, I'd be happy with that. Are we in Amsterdam? Do you know what I mean? I don't actually, well, you know, in terms of the visual language and the aesthetic and what it's presenting to me. I'm happy to come up. I can't conceptually move past being very unresolved. It's the beginning of something for me. This is the start of a concept.
Okay, let's go to Mandarin on 81.
I think this is a really cool way of representing the 7 deadly sins. I scored it, 81. Where I'm struggling with it are a couple of narrative in that, yes, there's different words that have different fonts, but I just wish that the photographer maybe had used the placement a little bit more shrewdly to really improve the narrative. Also, the 4th image along and the 5th image along, the halo of the colour tones within the image are bleeding out into the black, whereas that's not happening with the others. So a bit more solid continuity would have lifted it for me, but well done.
Anybody have anything to add? Okay, Craig, back to you.
what was the word that you just used? Continuity? No, before that. Is it brashness? Yeah. I'm going to use the harshness of the color and the vibrance of the color. We're not really paying homage to Andy Warhol. I just drew that comparison. Yeah, the deadly sins, but the brashness and the harshness of the color and the ingenuity and all the poses, you know, just are kind of in your face, and everything about it is just brash. So I'm rewarding that photographer in a high silver, I'm not asking for gold here, high silver for the craftsmanship and just the thought processes that they're presenting to us.
Okay, we've had a bit of a discussion. Craig, your score sits, and the rest of the judges can take on board what they've heard. Print scores 81. Well done, silver award. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. Print score 77, everybody very, very close, within 1 point of that, so consistent judging and all in agreement. Can we have a quick comment from Emily, please? Or Craig. Craig, put his hand up. Go for it, Craig.
Yeah, look, I think the placement of the frame on the upper left-hand corner, I think it's just misplaced. I think having that even central, create that triangle so we can meander around through the frame.
Yep, thank you, Craig. Next print, please. Print score 77, high standard or highly commended, sitting up in that upper professional standard of work. We'll have a quick comment, if we can, please, from Jeremy. Underneath you, Craig. Everywhere but you look where you looked.
Yeah, I scored this 78. I think maybe rather than pulling in a vignette to just crop it in a little bit so there's a little bit less on the flanks would have just really brought us into the baby.
Yeah, that's kind of a little bit front lit, isn't it? A little bit more modelling of the light would just soften the image off a bit. Yeah, next print, please. Print score 75. Everybody pretty close? And if I can have a comment from Emily, please.
Well done capturing a tween with a book and an apple.
Okay, that's the comment of the day. And well handled, good craftsmanship as well. But yes, Emily, I think you've said it. I think every mother in the room and in the audience just nodded very, very passionately. Next print, please. Wouldn't have been many of the dads got it, but the mums would have all seen it. Well picked up. Print scores 82, silver award. And we have a, yeah, let's clap. Oh. I tell you what, I know you're hungry, but if you don't show more enthusiasm, you're not getting fed. Okay, we have a challenge from Emily Black on 93. You have a 74, 74, an 83 and an 88. So take it away.
Okay, I really want to draw you to the messages that are in this without it being in your face. It's an elderly woman in an overgrown yard with no clothes on the clothes horse, and she's a bit dishevelled. Okay, I'm in a world of elderly parents who, well, one who's passed from dementia and one who's now in a nursing home. This is what his yard kind of looked like before we were able to get hold of him. There's so much message in this, the decline of age, of a family that's moved away, of a woman on her own that has no one there to look after her garden. There's so much going on in this, and just the softness of the light adds so much to it. It's the greyness of the mutedness of the end of, you know, the later seasons of our life, and there's so much going on in this, and I really think it's deserving of so much more than it's got.
Lisa.
I don't feel the same emotional connection that Emily has, and perhaps the same lived experience, but I do have a grandmother that lived to 100 and she had a Hills hoist like that, and I swung on it when I was a kid. But do you know why I think I might be missing the emotional connection is, you know, a few years ago, the Moran Contemporary Photography Prize, James Bugg, a photographer whose work you may, generally for other photographers, may want to look at. We see a lot of this in contemporary photographic prizes, this particular kind of presentation, this style, this very deadpan aesthetic. And whilst I said earlier I'm not sort of beholden to the technical, I actually feel in this instance we needed slightly different lighting, we needed slightly better composition. I think because I'm not having that same connection, I'm now unpacking it as a photograph. So I think I wanted more depth at the bottom, more weight at the bottom. The sky, you know, I don't normally care that there's grey skies, but I just felt I needed just something technically just a little bit more, willing to come up into the next level. You gave it gold, willing to come to silver for me, but I'd like to hear more because I have a skewed approach perhaps.
Jeremy on 88.
Emily, I'm right behind you. This is phenomenal. I do family portraiture for a living, and I look at this photograph and I see a family portrait of a woman and her clothesline. Like, the centre of the frame is between them. They're like this couple that have like coexisted for such a long time. Their little babies hanging off the clothesline, the bag of pegs, the basket of pegs. There's nothing hanging on the clothesline. Like, she's alone. She's got no one to look after. And this was probably her connection to her family, was this clothesline that was like her domain in her, you know, 50, 60 years of being a parent or a wife. There is so much depth to this photo, it's phenomenal. And the positioning is, there's a challenge in the positioning with the clothesline hanging out the right there, but not hanging out over the left. But there's also another level to it as well, which is almost like an umbrella that's protected this lady, and all of a sudden there's nothing on there like protecting her anymore. They're at the end of their life cycles together as a family unit, and this is what we're left with before there's nothing. I'm coming into gold, Emily. I was probably a bit shy by going 88. I'm moving.
Back to you, Emily.
I fully respect that. I have an attachment to the image that I'm seeing with my lived experience. I fully appreciate that. The triangle of the Hills hoist kind of leads us back in. We've got a few triangular things happening with the left of frame with the sky, and it kind of draws us back in. I feel that that's not an issue for me. I think Jeremy said it beautifully as well. Like, she stands out because of the colours that she's wearing. That's not just a deadpan face for a deadpan face. That's an older person who has weathered life and now isn't sure where she stands in that life. I think it's totally worth coming up to gold. I think there's so much going on in here that doesn't need to be in your face. It's a subtle, beautiful portrait of an older human.
Okay.
Come up to gold.
You hold your score, Emily, and everyone else rescore as they feel is appropriate, based on the comments you've heard. Print scores 90, gold. I'm just going to comment before it goes down. I just think that if you take that out, we have a much stronger image. I don't mind that, but I just think that little bit there makes it much stronger. It's only subtleties, but well judged. Next print, please. As the audience can see or hear, depends whether you're here or online, having the diversity of judges gives us a background, or gives us access to a background of experiences and knowledge, so we end up with a nice rounded opinion, which is what we're looking for. The judging experience as a panel of 5 is not meant to be combative, it's meant to be collaborative. And each person brings their own unique perspectives and experiences to the panel, and as a result we end up with a combined opinion, which is the result of all of those, that brain trust, if you like, rather than just one person's opinion. So it's a well-tried and true process. The panel of 5 been used all over the world now for probably over 40 years. And while the systems around it have changed, the principles of 5 passionate people passing their experience on is still working very well. And we have a score of 79. Everybody pretty close. Okay, let's have a comment if we can, please, from Jeremy. I'm going to ask you again, mate, just to make a quick comment, if you will.
The light on the subjects is maybe just a little bit too harsh. I think if it was a little bit more subtle to match the lighting of the rest of the image, and maybe the choice of the lens. I know that, you know, the lighting in the trees is a really nice addition to it, but I think by going to, it looks like it's maybe shot on 24, and the position of the couple is just, they don't look in proportion. Okay. I might be wrong, but...
No, got some good things to work on there. Next print, please. Print scores 77. We're all good with that. Okay, let's have a quick comment from Craig. Thanks, Craig.
Yeah, look, I'd present this a little bit different rather than, I mean, I think we're trying to interpret what part of the body form this is. Flip it on its head, turn it sideways, and make it look like a landscape, and make it look more abstract.
Okay. I have another quick judge change. If I can have Harriet and Kat come back, and if I could have Craig have a break and Mandarin have another break. If I'm moving you around, I know how many prints you've judged, and I'm just trying to get everyone end up roughly around the same and keep getting a mix of the panel. We're not far away from the end, but we're not quite there yet, so we'll keep going. Same pace, same level. Doing really well, judges. It's a long day. Next print, please. Thanks, Sachi. Print score is 77. Everybody pretty close. Katrina, quick comment, please.
This is a beautiful, delightful, gentle, engaging expression. Well done. Direct eye contact. To improve it, maybe lighten off the vignette a little bit, and you could potentially crop it into a square, lose some of that negative space.
And good use of depth of field. Dropping the background out. Next print, please. Print score is 72. And let's get a comment from Lisa on what might be done to raise the value of this image for you.
I think for me, again, I wasn't actually quite sure what I was reading in the image. I couldn't conceptually grasp it. And also I found that the water on the window or the glass or whatever it is really just sort of added a murkiness that didn't contribute or enhance a concept or a meaning or an intent. So I think it's the start of something, but I can't quite read it clearly enough visually or conceptually.
Can I ask you, do you think at the bottom of the image is kind of distracting without adding anything?
Well, I think it hasn't earned its place, Tony.
Yeah,
You're
well
absolutely
said.
right.
Yeah, well said. Thank you. Next print, please. We're going to have to get you some Tom Cruise gloves. You just put them there and it comes off. Print score is 78. highly commended. Everybody's pretty close to that. We had someone just sitting inside the silver range. If I can get a comment, please, from Emily, who gave it 78.
Okay, it's a well-captured image. I believe that a more contrasting paper choice, punch it up a little bit, would have really added to that harshness of the environment that we're working in here.
Thank you. Next print, please. This print scores 75, and let's get a comment from Harriet that what could be done to lift this a little bit higher. Harriet, thank you.
Yeah, there's a beautiful expression on the person's face and that lovely little hand gesture where they're holding their wrist. I really feel like I get the character. Perhaps coming in just a little bit closer, making it a little bit more intimate. We've cropped off the bottom of that balloon there, so either sort of bring it out or in a little bit. The brightness behind the actual character is a little distracting as well. And the border on the print, just watch how you're presenting as well, I think, because it does take it a little bit out of it when you're looking at it like this, but that expression's beautiful. So, yeah, keep going there.
Thank you, Harriet. Next print, please. Print scores 82, all judges in the low 80s. Well done, silver award. I would just comment that perhaps there's a little bit too much space at the bottom and top, and either a slightly tighter crop that way, a little bit wider, would just make for an even stronger image, but beautifully printed and great connection, I think, there with the way the characters are looking at us. Next print, please. Thanks, judges.
This was cancelled out. Was it? Yeah, that's what Robin mentioned. So this is the last print.
Thank you, judges. Okay, print scores 79 by majority. Okay, Emily on 87, you can challenge that.
Yep.
Thank you, Emily. Let's sort this one out.
Okay, we're on 79. Let's go up to silver, guys. This is a beautiful series of images that have been captured. So, we know where it is, we know the placement of it. There's a real story that's happening and a connection that's happening between these two. There's a start point, there's an end point. It's presented to us as a beautiful storyboard of images, and I definitely believe that what's happening here needs to come up.
Okay, let's have a comment, please, or an addition from Jeremy on 76.
Yeah, I thought there was a nice little story in here, but I felt like it needed editing down because I was getting a little bit distracted by a couple of the moments in there that felt like they were duplicated. I'm listening. I'm not quite convinced about silver, though.
All right, Katrina on 83, she's convinced.
Yeah, I'm happy to see it in silver. Almost, not entirely, but that second in from the left, from the right frame, that dad's expression just kills me. I just want to, I don't know, it's just awesome. It's, so along those lines, I think what Jeremy said in terms of editing down, for me that would have taken it higher. But yeah, it's a fun little narrative, little story strip, and presenting it in the, as frames on the wall. This family and this daughter and parent would be thrilled with this series.
Okay, Lisa, you've got
Just a really quick additional comment is we're seeing the print, obviously, as a print. I really would have loved it to have gone full bleed, like full side to side. I really would have loved that because I would have got the sense of the storyboard. It just would have been lovely. So I'm going to join you.
Okay, and back to Emily.
I'm asking for silver, guys. It's definitely worth coming up into that next category for the storytelling component and the start-end beautifully presented images.
Thank you. You hold your score. Everybody else can comment. Or can rescore.
We're going to hang out some more.
And this print scores 82, silver award. Well done. And I'm going to agree with her, with Lisa, but also suggest the black border in comparison to the small size of the images is just oversized and it's too distracting. And even the gold border, I'd simplify that presentation and you'll get a much stronger impact. Okay, we are finished with that category. I would like the audience, which is mainly the judges at this point in time, to thank Catherine, Craig, Emily, Faru, Harriet, Jeremy, Johan, Katrina, Lisa and Mandarin for their judging. Caroline, Declan, Archie, got that right? I meant that, yeah. Alicia, Elijah, and Laurent, who's gone. Thank you for all your contributions here. Thank you to the judges. For those listening online, that was the people or portrait category in the print section of the Australian Photographic Prize 2024. We are going to break for a little while for lunch for about until 2:15-ish, so you can come back then. Reminder that that category was sponsored by the incredible people at Canson Infinity. We thank them for their support as always. If you are in Melbourne, please come down and have a look. There's a lot going on. We've got workshops, we've got different events. On Sunday there's a panel on AI, the future, legacy, a whole bunch of stuff. See you back here in 45 minutes. Thanks, crew. Thanks,
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Satin Premium RC is a resin-coated paper with an alpha cellulose backing, and it's got a really soft, smooth surface that almost looks like a matte paper, except it's got that extra bit of black density and contrast and image sharpness that give it its satin-like quality. It's reminiscent of traditional darkroom RC papers, and honestly, I was really surprised when I tried this paper for the first time. It's got great black density, great contrast, great image sharpness. The colors are really vibrant, but it also has adds a nice softness to the highlights that give it its satin look and feel. And because of that, it's a paper that works with a whole variety of images when you want the look of a photographic type paper, especially if you're matting and framing your images. Satin Premium RC is one of my favorites.
We only get one shot at this life thing. Might as well make an extraordinary one. Like maybe there was always a little seed in us that demanded more of life, or like to go out there and get some.
I want to empower women with the skills and confidence to explore the backcountry and to pursue anything they dare to dream.
We're in a pretty hectic zone.
No one will ever understand how hard it is.
Oh my God, we've lost our minds. We'll all be talking about that trip for the rest of our lives.
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of color and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that, when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang it on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the color within a composition. So that color palette is often driven by the color in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonize. As well as photography, there are painters that we look at. The way that they have painted with color and tone and light, they're in museums. And it kind of occurred to me that we are recording the architecture of our time. We want to celebrate those images by framing them and put them on a wall. So in years to come, could you have a museum where there are digital paintings that people want to come and visit? A song can be broken down into different elements. They all play a part in the composition of that soundtrack. There'll be something about that song that makes you want to play that song over and over again. And maybe each time you'll pick up on different elements. If we make a successful image, you'll want to look at it over and over again. Maybe the more that you look at it, you will then pick up the fact that there's leaves on the ground, or there's dapple shadow in the corner, or there's a figure in the window. So there's thought into every aspect.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.